Hi everyone, I am back. Welcome back to the channel. I hope everything been going well with you guys. I know I've been gone for a couple of days. I've been tired. This heat is no joke. Working out in this heat, it does take a lot out of you. And I'm sorry I didn't come back on the weekend because I wanted to spend some time with my honey bunny, go to the water park and all that good stuff. And I hope everybody's summer is going the way that it wants to go. Good folks of the algorithm. And I just want to say shout out to all our early birds that came to the channel. I truly appreciate you. Let me go ahead and shout you out. Hi, Miss Jalen. It's good to see you, sis. Thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for everyone who's here. Please go ahead and tap the like button for me while you're coming in just to say hi, or you can hit the down button. It doesn't really matter. It helps the channel. And if you know anyone who's interested in these type of cases, reviewing these cases, please go ahead and share this out to them. Truly appreciate you. Hey, sweetheart, how are you doing? It's good to see you, sis. Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. I truly appreciate you, sis. And I hope everything's going well with you as well. And then Miss Joanne, how are you? It's so good to see you, dear. So good to see you. I hope everything's going well with you. I hope everything is well with your family. I appreciate you being here too. I truly do. Thank you so much, so much. And young Riaz, thank you so much, little bro. How are you? It's good to see you. Good to see you. I hope everything is well with you. Shout out to you, sir. Shout out to you. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I was. Yeah, Saturday. I was gonna come Saturday, and I had to really take my honey bunny out. He was begging me to go to this particular indoor water park. And I was like, okay, we got to go. So he had fun. He was able to drown his mama 15 times. So everything's fun in the world. Everything's fun. At least I'm here, right? All right, good folks. So I do have 3 new cases to review over with you guys. And like I said before, just make sure you just hit this like button for me while you're coming in. It definitely helps the channel. Truly appreciate you. And thank you so much, young Riaz, for sharing the screen. I appreciate you. So the first case that I have for you good folks today is when a mom realizes that her son is the killer or potentially a killer. And we have gone over some cases where moms and parents, they realize that their grandchild or their son or whoever is doing horrible things. And at first, it's hard to accept because you go on the basis of this is not the person that I raised. I know I raised them better. I know I had them in good schools. I know I watched who they were around. I don't understand why this happened. So, fair warning, trigger warning, everybody, because we know that it gets touchy-feely when we're dealing with cases that has children involved, whether if they are the victims or if they are the perpetrators, okay? Oh, he said last week was rough. Well, I'm glad that you're getting stronger and everything's going better, young Riaz. I appreciate that. All right, so let me go ahead and pull up my screen, and here we go.
Known as Jay to his friends and family, he had been slipping in and out the back door of Lindy's Diner throughout the morning, taking phone calls while working as a dishwasher, according to statements taken by police from the management there. Now, Jay's body was left laying in a handicapped parking space, shot through the eye. He was probably dead before he hit the ground, and his assailant had successfully fled the scene before police and emergency services had even had a chance to arrive. Some witnesses stayed at the scene as police cruisers showed up, while others went on their way. Police began cordoning off the area so they could begin the forensics work and protect their crime scene.
And oh my goodness, shout out to Miss Jalen. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I truly appreciate you. So let's welcome the new members of the Let's Talk About It membership. We have Miss Flower. How are you, dear? It's so good to see you. Lovely to see you. Moa, how are you? I hope everything is well with you. Thank you so much. How you doing, Lina Love? Good to see you. Shout out to you. Hope everything's well with you. What are you saying? Shout out to you. Hope everything is well with you. And Boss Domo, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Hope everything is well with you. Welcome everyone who joined the Let's Talk About It membership. Truly appreciate you. I do have membership streams coming out. I'm probably do a membership stream tomorrow, so look forward to that. All right, let's go on, ladies and gents. Thank you so much, Miss Jalen.
The area, considered part of Albuquerque's downtown entertainment district, featured a number of restaurants, specialty shops, murals, and the Anasazi apartment building. The alley also backed up onto the Siembra Leadership High School. The area meant that while there were dozens of possible witnesses to the event, there were potentially hundreds of people that could be headed to the area as the lunch rush began. In the alley, investigators worked to get any information from the body that they could. The pool of blood under the man was not large, and initial examinations led them to believe that a single bullet had entered the man's left eye and exited through his right temple. Not far from the body, a single, deformed, and spent bullet was found. At the time, they could not be sure that it was the one who had caused the man's death. It would have to be sent for further testing, as Jay's body would also have to undergo an autopsy. The crime scene would offer up a few more clues, but nearby security cameras would give a bit more information on the vehicle leaving the area. Witnesses' descriptions of the getaway car differed from one to the other, but there was enough similarities between them to narrow down the prospects. Investigators would pore over hours of footage before they were able to get just a simple glimpse of the actual getaway car. It's just a 2-second look, but it was enough to give investigators a hook that might catch on to something else, another lead, another opportunity to catch a murderer. At the same time the video evidence was being gathered, police were talking to Jay's employer and finding out more about the young man. His manager at the restaurant, Don Vataseo, told investigators Jay was a good kid, but he had been in a contentious relationship with his pregnant girlfriend. The relationship had led him into confrontations with members of the girl's family, and he'd missed work one night the prior weekend because he had gotten into a fight. He'd come back in on the morning of his murder with bruised knuckles and had complained of how the dishwasher had made his hands hurt. Outside, Jay's phone came alive with a phone call while the officers were working with the body. The screen showed the picture of then 16-year-old Elizabeth Baldonado and the title, Baby Mama. Investigators would quickly get a search warrant to allow them to examine the contents of Jay's phone. Hopefully, text and communications within would lead them somewhere, and following the connection to Elizabeth, combined with the report that the relationship was rocky at best, gave them something. Within the phone was a story of two young lovers going back and forth in a love-hate relationship. Sometimes Jay would be mad at Elizabeth, sometimes Elizabeth would be mad at him. There were threats and apologies thrown back and forth. He would beg her forgiveness and then berate her for not returning calls. Then there was an incident where she says he physically hurt her. And then they find the next turning point in the case. Among the massive number of texts, Facebook message posts, and other communications comes one between Jay and someone with the nickname Lucifer the Goat. In it, Jay explains that he will be running the ones or having a stand-up fight with his girlfriend's brother the next day. The date on the message is March the 3rd, and the expected fight would start at 9 a.m. Jay tells his friend that he even called Elizabeth's mom and that the woman had set up the fight herself. Other messages sent during the day before the murder show that he had also told a handful of other friends, even asking for help in a couple of cases. Further finds in his phone showed that he had Googled the topics, how to drop someone with one punch, quick knockouts, and other advice on fighting. And then the communications go silent. By 11:20 a.m. on March the 4th, Jay had been shot and killed.
So off the bat of just getting all the detailed information of this, it seemed like it was a triangle situation. His baby mother or girlfriend that he had a child with, they was having problems, some type of toxic, abusive relationship. Other people got involved. It seemed that maybe the girlfriend's brother got involved, probably heard or had whereabouts of him hitting her before or something out of just verbal disputes. And it seemed like he also had gotten assistance from the mom to, quote unquote, I guess, handle him in the street for behaving that way against his sister. So this is interesting, but I want to know what happened prior to his death, because if there was supposed to be a fight and it was only supposed to be a fight, and that's what is established in the phone logs, right, during the text messages. He went to work before his death. He went to work, he had bloody knuckles and bruises. So was there an actual fight that took place between him and the brother, or him and another person? And then was it the brother that went back to do it, or was it someone else? That's what I'm trying to really figure out. But so far, you could tell that this young man losing his life had to do with his current relationship with the mother of his child. But trigger warning, guys, trigger warning. Thank you, Miss Jalen. Trigger warning, trigger warning. We know how people feel and how I feel when it has things to do with young adults, especially children. I'm a softie when it comes to children, so trigger warning. Let's go on.
The last communication came into his phone at 12:41 p.m. that day from a friend who had obviously not gotten the news yet. Now, with a solid lead, detectives headed out to find out what they could from Jay's girlfriend. Instead, they ended up talking to her mother, Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez. The detective needs to clear the possibility that perhaps someone she knows might have actually been using her car that day.
So what I'm getting at is that what are the odds that your son and his friends have a problem with Jay, and Jay is now dead, and people are telling me it's your car on the scene. So talking to your daughter, talking to mom, okay. Nobody has a problem with Jay other than...
But my son said he wouldn't, and they went to farm, and I was with them today.
Okay. So you were with them all day?
Yes.
They went to the laundromat with you?
They did not go to the laundromat with me. During that time, they were all at home.
But you wouldn't know because you weren't home. Correct?
I understand that, Joanne. It comes with a negative connotation to it.
2:20. I was gone at the laundromat alone. I got dropped off.
Hey, Lana, how are you? Nice picture.
My children, all the boys, they were all still at home. None of them left.
Okay.
They're not allowed to leave the house unless they have permission, because I need to know where they're going.
Okay. So then if they were home, because you said you were on your way over here, right? When your car broke down. That was what you told me.
Yes, between 9 and 10 in the morning.
You were on your way over here. By yourself.
I'm by myself, yes.
Okay.
And
So
they
then,
were still at the house.
okay. So then, when I find
Yes,
video
ma'am, this is the
surveillance
first one.
Hold on.
from the incident,
Okay. But you have to give me a moment.
okay,
My son had an interview at 9 o'clock, and we were over at the Whataburger over there, Cottonwood or whatever. So it had to have been after 10. Between
Yeah,
10
the
and
bloody
10:30
knuckles.
perhaps. I left the house shortly after I had spoke to Elizabeth.
It's a convoluted story, but one that Elizabeth seems to be able to keep straight, perhaps through all the notes that she's taking. She seems stunned by the events and can't fathom what has happened. Still, she is protective of her family.
if I did,
It seems that they're questioning her because there might be surveillance video of her car being around where Jay works at and where the incident took place around that time, or maybe a little bit before. She just explained that they were with her, they weren't able to leave the house, they didn't come with her to the laundromat, so she had the vehicle. So now I would think that the detective will have to wonder whether or not was it she that stopped by, who had your vehicle, right? Like if the vehicle is shown at the time of the incident, who had the vehicle? Was it you? Was it one of your other kids, like the older brother? Was it them? I mean, look, the mom is doing what she's supposed to do, which is correctly. She's just not allowing the officer or the detectives who she's speaking with to just throw out narratives for her. She's creating her own timeline. She's jotting it down for what she knows or what she remembers. We do have to take into consideration that we are talking about her own loved ones, her own son that can be a possible suspect, knowing that there was some animosity between Jay and her older son due to his treatment of his sister. So she's doing what she's supposed to do correctly. They just have to make sure if the mother wasn't involved. Then they could find out whether or not if the son and his friends broke your rules and took your car without your permission, or said that it was going somewhere else instead of, the location that they told you that you gave them access of your car. Or maybe you were sleeping and doing something else and they said, "Oh, I'm going to run to the store," took your vehicle, you didn't think anything of it, and then this incident happened. So they're doing their due diligence. The mom, so far, I see that she's trying to she's really trying to figure it out. I sense that she doesn't really know what happened and that she's shocked. You could tell in her face that she's kind of shocked, but she doesn't want to say anything that could potentially be misleading for them to believe that maybe her son had more involvement with this than what he actually might have. But let's go on. Let's go on and see what else this mom and this detective have to say.
didn't believe that that there's a huge possibility of your car being involved, I wouldn't have Mirandized you. Hence why I didn't Mirandize you up until now.
Yeah, but that's smart though.
Because you're saying
Normally
broke
you don't.
down, I left my car there. We've
And now, but you have
We've
to
been
understand I'm really
driving
stressed
up
out right
and
now.
down. I know. We've been driving up and down trying to find your car. We've called in, checked to see if it was
Don't
towed.
worry
It has
about
not
it.
been
You're
towed.
welcome.
And again,
So then where's my car?
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Okay? So, did you shoot Jay?
No, I didn't. No. He's a kid. He's a baby.
I know, but somebody did.
But no. I have no reason to do
Okay,
anything.
so then you leave your car, right? You leave your car, you walk back home, and then at 1:37, Sabrina takes you to the laundromat. At 2:20, you come back, and then obviously all this is going on, right?
I'm sorry, I just completely zoned out on you because I'm just a little bit.
Okay. So, and again, I am recording. I am gonna remind you that there is video surveillance footage in that alley. I'm gonna find out.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for, and I mean, it might be ready. I don't know because I've been here interviewing everybody, but I do have officers there trying to pull the video surveillance. So I am gonna find out what happened, being that you bring up your car and it matches the description that I was given.
What do you mean?
There was witnesses.
Okay.
There's witnesses in the area. There's a school there. I don't know if you know that.
I was not there.
Okay, but I'm telling you, your car was.
That bothers me.
And I bet. But I also feel like you know more than you're telling me.
But I don't.
Okay, well, again, this is just what I'm telling you.
9:58.
9:58. So at 9:58, the
I don't
phone
think
call
so.
goes, and you're probably around that time. Okay.
So between 10 and 10:30 is the time frame that I would left the house.
And then again, you say you go back.
I walked home.
You walked home, and then you go to the laundromat, and then that's your day, right?
Yeah, my mind is like, wow. Please lie to me. Don't tell me that that was my car.
I'm not lying to you, and I can't 100% say it's your car, but I can tell you it's the same color, it's the same description you're giving me. It doesn't have a license plate like you've described. I also know Angelo wanted to fight Jay, so what am I supposed to think? And based on your demeanor, I think you know what happened.
I really don't.
She might not know that Angelo was planning to do that, but she probably know about the aftermath, and she wants to protect her son, right, as much as possible. Or I would say not give any information that will lead them down to her son. But it's just weird. Like, why you didn't take the car to the laundromat? Why did you walk? I mean, I'm not trying to say that that's illegal and that you can't do that. Some people like to get their steps in. See, I'm one of them, right? But if those text messages happen a day before, right, where they said that you knew about the fight, that you was going to set it up between them, that's what one of those text messages said, that the mother was pretty much setting up where this fight was supposed to happen between Jay and her son, right? And this is another reason why they're questioning her. But if these text messages about this fight, that this brawl between them was supposed to happen, you was supposed to be setting it up, you probably knew of that a fight was supposed to happen. But did you know that this boy was going to lose his life? I don't think so. Absolutely not. But I'm quite sure you know about the aftermath. I'm quite sure you know about how everything played out, who was involved, who was there, and them asking you for help or assistance. And it's sad, right? Because, you want to do the right thing. You want to do the right thing, but then also you don't want to be someone who throw their kids under the bus. Some people really feel that way. Like, it doesn't matter what their children do. They're not throwing their children under the bus. They're going to literally try to support them as much as possible. It's tough. It's really tough. But they also had the hope to single out that the mother's not involved. Because even that text messages of her knowing that there was supposed to be a fight, you kind of are involved whether you try to remove yourself from it, because you're a grown adult. If anything, you are the adult in this whole entire situation that has to do with young adults. You were supposed to stop this madness, right? You were supposed to cut it out. The ball was in your court. The ball was in your court. But let's go on.
So again, right now, because you're telling me you left the house around this time, and between 9:58, that phone call, until 37, hear me out, between,
I was home though. After that, I called by 10:30. I made it home. I walked home.
okay.
This is craziness.
Because again, I'm telling you, based on your demeanor, I think you know what happened. And I know it's your car. And I am going to confirm it on video surveillance.
I hope you do this because I'm lost right now.
Well, I mean, if you're going to stick to this story and say that you really don't know what happened.
I know where I left my car. That's what I know.
Okay, you left your car, cool. Let's believe that you left your car. Angelo and his friends probably went and got your car.
They didn't even know where the car was. They don't know where the car was. They weren't even with me. I went by myself.
The detective pushes a bit more to see if the pressure might put a crack in Elizabeth's story.
Okay. Again, once I get that video surveillance,
I understand.
I hope you're telling the truth.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
You're basically telling me what you think.
Based on the information and investigation that I have done throughout the day, I can't say that who it was, but I do know that your car was seen leaving the scene.
I wasn't anywhere near my car. Does my daughter know?
No.
Because I feel like I should share this with her because it's going to probably hurt her.
If Elizabeth's car was broken down at the side of the road and her son had an appointment for a job interview, then leads the police were chasing down right now were beginning to get shaky. They needed to check with Angelo Baldonado now, Elizabeth's son and the brother of Jay's girlfriend. They were working at a local restaurant and the managers allowed the young men to be interviewed in their break room. It was around 8 p.m. on the day of the shooting.
I think he was actually somebody that you knew because he was dating your sister.
Sister, I got like four sisters.
Okay. But all of your other sisters aren't dating somebody. You have a little sister. I just got done talking to your mom.
Yeah, okay, my little sister. But yeah, my older sister did so too. She got a husband. So. Jay? You talking about Jay? Mm-hmm. Is he alive?
No, he's not. He's dead. So I just wanted to find out.
Ooh. So now I wonder how old he is, because just even him saying that, like, that means you know what happened. You said, is he alive? How do you even know that this was a homicide case? How do you know that? If you were just minding your business, if you just had a dentist appointment that you used your mom's car for, and the car broke down on the side of the road, how do you know that, to ask that question? I mean, I'm not saying that he was wrong to ask that question, because I can, he seems like he's, he understands a little bit what's going on and why they brought him down to question him right at this time. It's just that it makes them believe that you know more, or you probably was involved. It doesn't help you if you are trying to remove yourself from being involved in the situation. That's all I'm saying by asking if he's alive or not. But let's go on. I wish he would have a lawyer. The way how they did this was like really poorly done. They didn't even have a actual room for him. They had to catch him on, I guess, like a lunch break or something to try to see if the path that they're using on how to create a case is him. He's the correct suspect. But let's go on.
A little bit.
Can you tell us where you talked to his girlfriend? He said that.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So from my understanding, you guys have known each other for a while. You kind of have like a kind of good kind of.
We was cool. We was good. Like we argued. It's just like one time he hit my sister, so.
He hit your sister?
Yeah, we just got into like the room just like 2 hours.
Yeah.
But then we was cool after that.
Okay. So we talked to your mom this afternoon, and she said that you guys had her new car, the one that she had just bought, the Toyota, that you guys had at the second. Where's that car?
I'm thinking 17, Sean.
Detective already knows that Angelo's mom's car is a mere match for the one spotted at the scene and captured on video. Still, she needs to know more about the relationship that the two young men had.
So explain to me what this whole, like, your mom and your sister explain, like, this, like, beef between you and Jay. So explain that. Like, you guys had a problem with each other. You and Jay.
We had a problem with him and sister.
Which you also had a problem with.
Yeah, that was the problem, was just because they were sister.
Because he hates your sister.
Like I said, we had that one fought. And then we didn't really like talk after that, but we both kind of separate ways.
Yeah. When did you guys fight? So, and basically, and let me kind of explain. So all we're trying to do is just kind of have been around. Do you know what I mean? Like, did he cause problems?
That's how it was out there. So when my sister came home,
Hey, Betty, how are you? I hope everything's well with you, dear.
Right. Like I said, all we're trying to do is just talk to everybody.
Hey, is my sister okay though?
She is. Yeah, she's okay. She wasn't.
Is she really okay?
I mean, she's upset.
She's been okay so much.
I mean, she's.
I haven't seen her in a couple days.
Yeah. No, she's. I mean, she's pretty devastated. I will tell you that. She's like super, super, super upset.
I didn't care for him.
Yeah.
But my sister liked him and loved him, so
Gotcha.
that respect of him, you know. Yeah. Is she okay?
So she's not hurt. She's fine. She wasn't with him. Okay, she was at the apartment. She's devastated. She's very, very sad. She's extremely hurt. She's super angry at whoever did this. Do you know what I mean? As you can understand. You know, she's got a lot of hate and anger for the person that did this. But she's okay. She's very devastated. But her physical person, she's okay. She's not hurt.
But
Eventually she's destroyed.
Another detective steers him back into talking about the alleged fight that was supposed to happen.
You guys talked about fighting.
I said you wanted to fight me, but I didn't know why, but there's no reason to. Just let it be. But that was a while ago. I think he just looked more than the rematch. He was like a week after. That's it.
Were you guys supposed to fight yesterday, today, or any?
Yesterday, he told me this morning I was supposed to fight him. I was my queen.
And they told you who's it?
My sister.
Your sister?
Well, not my sister. I guess my sister told my mom, so but like I said, there's no reason to. So I was like, I'm going to go to my interview and try to get a second job.
So my thing is two things, right? First thing, why have they allowed him to come in there with gloves on his hand? He has latex gloves on his hands. Why don't you check to see if he has any knuckle bruises and stuff like that? He's sitting, or bleeding knuckles. He's sitting up here explaining to you guys that he was supposed to have a fight. He's admitting that he was supposed to have a fight with the victim. But that doesn't mean that he didn't fight the victim. Maybe a fight did happen. So they should be checking for that. And also, how can I put it? Him saying that the guy wanted to fight him doesn't really necessarily make sense to me, right? If the guy wanted to fight him, why would the guy want to fight you? If he's dating your sister, if he's the father of your nephew, it will only be beneficial for that family and all of y'all to get along, right? So for him to want to fight you, it has to be something that you said that, you're gonna fight me, or if you touch my sister again, or you hit my sister again, I'm gonna wail on you, I'm gonna jump you, or whatever, not right. It had to be something behind that, not just him just coming out of his way to talk about he want to fight you just to see who's the bigger man. Like, that's your sister. You're not dating your sister, right? Your sister's not your girl. Your sister's not your woman. you don't want your sister being abused by another man, right? Or being violated by another man. No brother who actually loved their sister will want that. But it's no, like, you're not going to be sitting up there talking about, hey, like, I just want to fight you just because so and so. Like, it doesn't make any sense unless these two individuals had a history of actually being friends prior to him impregnating his sister and becoming the father of their child. Then that's a little bit different, right? Because from that standpoint, I can see a brother talking about he want to fight you or put hands on you, right? Because you and him were supposed to be cool. You knew the unspoken code. Don't deal with my sisters. Don't deal with any of my female family members, right? If we're going to be cool and we're going to be friends. And if he violated that and now he's the father of the child of your now nephew, then I can see that happening. I could definitely see that happening. Let's see. That's crazy. My sister's baby father or boyfriend, I can see it. Right. Yeah. Like I see that happening, right? If you violated, if we was cool, we was hanging out, and you on the low snuck behind my back to start talking and dealing with my sister, and then now I'm hearing that you're also abusing my sister verbally and physically, yeah, I might want to put hands on you. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what my brother would do. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say. I don't understand. I don't know why he's even having this conversation with them in this like warehouse type of situation. He should have just stopped, having a conversation. We always preach this here. Please go get a lawyer and not think that you can outsmart these detectives. This is what they do for a living, right? But let's go on.
You had an interview today? Yeah, where? At what?
Easy for a girl.
At what time?
The detectives press about the arranged fight before they are interrupted and the interview ends.
Yeah, he was hitting her before. They had like a turmoil relationship, Sean.
Tells your mom tells you that Jay wants to fight. So when did you guys plan to meet to fight?
I didn't plan nothing. He assumed. And I was just like, we good. We had our disputes and stuff, like we good. I went to my room.
Okay, so was there a time set up?
He said he wanted to do 8 o'clock.
Today?
Yeah.
Hey, Southern, how are you? Hope everything well with you, sis.
He told me that's what Jay told me. Like, that's what Jay told to tell my sister to tell me. But, so on and so forth. Just like I told, that's what
That you're supposed to meet. Where were you guys supposed to meet?
He just said he wanted to fight me at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I assumed he'll come knocking at my door. Hey, can you fuck me out?
He's not even of age, and then he's talking to him. I'm sorry.
So he's not in trouble, so he doesn't have to be 18 for us to talk to him. And I know that you were really, really helpful with us, but that's why we have to talk to him, so that way we can get the information that he has in reference to just what was.
Whoever that woman is a smart woman. Whoever that woman is a smart woman. She told him he's not even age of 18, right? So she feels the kind of way that they're talking to him. They expressed to her that he's not in any trouble. They are lying to you, right? As of right now, he is the main suspect because of the text messages that they found in the victim's phone about a fight that was supposed to happen due to the fact that the victim was in a toxic and a physical abusive relationship with his sister, who is the mother of his child. So he might not necessarily be in trouble because there is no charges being brung on him as of yet, but they're not questioning him for no apparent reason. And this lady understands that. Smart woman, smart woman. She should have did a little bit more. She should have had told him or instructed him, you don't have to speak with them until they want to have a official interview or interrogation with you at the police station. You can go home and at that time go seek legal counsel. That's what I would have said to him. Hi, Brucey. How are you? It's good to see you. How are you, sir? I hope everything's well with you. And how's the ankle? I hope the ankle's doing much better, sir. Much better. So good to see you. And see, Sean said, one glove is strange. Why not take both off? Right. Here's the thing. He came in to this conversation with two gloves on, and now in the middle of this conversation, he only has one glove on. But you see how he's purposely leaving the left glove on. Interesting. But let's go on.
Going on with Jay and your daughter, which was very helpful for you to do this for.
Steve's here for work.
He's way too?
Huh?
He's way too. They clocked me out at 8, so I'm just to see if I can leave.
And like I said, he was just being very helpful. He's just giving us information in reference to Jay and kind of what was going on with him. You're more than welcome to hang out while we talk to him.
I'm gonna stay with you. I'm gonna send it Brian.
I mean, it's up to him. If he doesn't want you here, he doesn't have to have you here.
Huh? Yeah, Lisa's here and Laura's here. I had to have
Can I go
picked up.
talk to my sister?
Oh, to Elizabeth?
Yeah.
I like I said, you're really willing to talk to us if you want to go talk to your sister.
So there is one thing that we are going to need, just like we did with your sister. So we're going to secure it. We're going to do a warrant on it. No. We're going to secure it.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, please go subscribe to Bruce's channel.
And
Again, I am
daughter's
conducting an
outside.
investigation like I explained to you earlier, Elizabeth. I'm taking your phone. You're not giving it back until I'm done with it. But as soon as I'm done with it, I will give it back to you. I know, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it only takes a couple days.
No arrests were made that night, but over the next few days, alibis.
So again, this is why I'm glad that lady, I don't know who that lady is, if she's a family member or if she's one of his employee or a supervisor, because it seemed like they were at his place of business, right, where he works at. I'm glad that she stepped in and she kind of like cut this whole, off record interrogation off, right? Because they could have had probably gotten so much information that they could have had nailed him to the wall right then and there, right? He was already telling them more than what they needed to. But then again, you see how they said, oh, he's not in any trouble, but they confiscated his phone. A person who's not in trouble don't get their phone confiscated. A person who is not actually going to be put on record as a potential suspect for a homicide would not have their phone confiscated from them. And then after they retrieve whatever messages, phone call, logs, whatever from your phone, they're going to give it back to you. So I'm glad, that they stopped it. It still might not help his situation due to the fact that they was able to confirm that he was supposed to fight this guy, confirm that the mother knew about the fight, and they was probably getting to the point where they was going to confirm whether or not if he had his mother's car. Let's see. Brucey said, thank you for your awesome support. Oh, okay. I'm so glad you woke up feeling amazing. So glad. Appreciate you. All right, let's go on.
Are checked and evidence is collected from the autopsy of Jay's body. Two friends that Angelo said could back up his story of being somewhere else at the time of the shooting backed away from fully agreeing that they had seen him at the time. During the autopsy, two small bullet fragments were found in Jay's body. The projectile entered the man through his left eye, went through the frontal lobe of his brain, and exited through the man's temple. A small bullet fragment weighing 4/10 of a grain was recovered from just under his scalp, and another, smaller fragment weighing 1/10 of a grain was lodged in the back of his right eye. No other injuries except for some scrapes and bruising on one set of his knuckles was found. The cause of death was ruled a homicide by gunshot. While Angelo was the leading suspect, additional evidence was going to be a necessity. Investigators sought and obtained a search warrant for the home where Angelo lived. It was served, and in the search, a .45 caliber Glock 21 Gen 4 pistol was found concealed in a vent behind the home's heater. The gun was found with a full extended magazine holding 26 rounds. The gun was seized, treated with Prince protectant, and taken into evidentiary protection. Angelo would be arrested and taken into custody. Angelo was restless but cooperative. They explain his rights, and he says he would like to have his mom be there for any questioning.
Hey, Angelo. I'm still at a chair, sorry.
I'm sorry, Angelo. I don't know if they tore your house up or not.
Yeah, they did. You think so? You went to my day, but that's what you said.
Oh, well, I mean, we searched the house, but we didn't break
Max
anything.
bench press is about 90 pounds.
The what?
I'm going to hit 100 one day.
Yeah, usually there is. But, I don't know what we like.
Absolutely, let me get some. You got it?
Is my mom gonna be here sometime?
Is your mom gonna be here? Was she driving? Was she driving down here?
No, she was talking to one of the people that was there at the house.
Oh, at the house?
Yes.
I was at the office, sorry, I was no longer at the house. Do you know who she was talking to?
No, what happened was when I went to look at my mom so she could come back home. And then I was getting arrested for a warrant. I don't even know what the warrant was for. So when mom started talking to him, she said she was going to be back here, that she was going to have one take him or something like that. So she should be coming.
So she should be coming. Okay.
And if not, she should be coming.
She should? Okay.
And now he's in for a long wait.
I want you to take note that he is acting a little bit different than when they was having that off-talk conversation at his job. When they just brought him in and now he's officially arrested so he can get interrogated, he seems a little off. He seems a little spacey. I don't know whether or not if he's under some form of, influence of medication, drugs, whatever not, or it just seems like he's off. Like the way how he was talking from the first conversation is completely different this time. And that could be because of anxiety, right? His anxiety has risen. It has a warrant for his arrest. They have went through as naming him the lead suspect within this homicide with all the information that they have gotten from the victim's phone, from his phone, confirmation on whether or not if he used his mom's vehicle, confirmation that it was the mother's vehicle that was at the place of business where the victim used to work at. It just seemed like his whole aura has changed. I don't know if y'all see it, but that's what I'm sensing. Like even the way that he's talking, it doesn't sound like how he was talking before. It doesn't sound like that. Lena said it's sad to see kids in these situations. It is. It really is sad. It really does. Carlton said, was a suspect a minor? Was mom or lawful lawyer in interrogation room warrant for search of home? That's the problem. He is a minor. Mom was not present. Lawful lawyer was not present because it wasn't an official interrogation the first time. And I'm sure they did get a warrant for a search of the home. Let's see. Seaman said, I'll tell what's a murder. His atrocious behavior. Yeah. He knows the jig is up. But that's what I'm thinking, Sean. That's what I'm definitely thinking what it is. He knows that, he might not be able to hide from this. Carlton says, arrested as a juvenile or arrested as an adult. We will see, right? Because if they arrest him, now we know he's a juvenile. He's not over the age of 18. If they decide to charge him as a juvenile, he's going to do hard time in juvie. However, it'll only be like 2 years and then he'll be back on the street to go live his life. If they decide to charge him as an adult, then it's going to be a wrap for this young man. We see this all the time. Yes, he is 17. He can't even sit up straight. Nope. Sean said them cuffs made all of it real. It did. You definitely see the difference now. But let's see what he has to say.
They can't seem to locate his mother, and without his phone, Angelo can't remember the numbers of any of his other relatives. Over the next hour, he waits, sometimes impatiently, sometimes trying to sleep. Once, he does get a chance for a bathroom break, but in the end, he's left hanging in the wind.
So my sergeant just got back. Your mom was not at the house. At this time, you are going to get booked for your warrant. Okay.
What exactly is the warrant anyway?
It's a homicide warrant.
But why? I didn't do nothing.
Okay. Again, because you said that you wanted to speak to me with your mom, I can't ask you questions. At this point, I am booking you for the homicide warrant. And that's all I can do. Okay.
The detectives let him know that there is no more waiting this evening, and the police will take him over for juvenile holding in the Bernalillo County Youth Diagnostic and Development Center.
Appreciate you being so respectful with us today.
You're welcome, sir. Yeah, can you send the officer in stuff so we can get going?
Absolutely.
I do too, Bruce.
Where you at, Mom? Where the fuck are you at?
Angelo would be charged with first-degree murder in the death of Jay Ruiz, and for almost a year he would be held in juvenile custody awaiting a trial and eventual sentence if found guilty. That could see him as a middle-aged man before he saw freedom again. And then detectives in the case got a phone call from someone who had been in touch with Angelo's half-brother, Gilbert. It was that call that pulled on a few of the loose ends in the case and would unravel the story that had been established. She said that using a fake identity account she had on Facebook, she had begun messaging with Gibby DeMenace, and he told her a number of things. She would read the text of the messages to the investigators.
But I've been kind of watching, everything that goes on Facebook, and I was able to see that Gibby was pretty hateful towards his mom and would always make comments about her and the family, and then he started making posts about the brother being there, that he doesn't belong there. And so I figured maybe I could get him to say something about it. He was the weakest link in the family. So why is your brother locked up? Because my mom and him went to go fight my sister's baby daddy because he beat her. And when they got there, my sister's baby daddy tried to pull out a gun, but he got hit before he could even get his gun. But they put the murder on my brother. I said, that's real fucked up. Why they put it on your brother? He said supposedly witnesses were there and said it was him. And they say they also got video and that it looks like him in the video, but you can't see shit. All you see is a big-ass group, and then everybody scatters. I said, what the f***, your mom didn't tell nobody it wasn't him? He said, nope. I said, if I had kids and it was them or me, I'd say I did it. I never want to be like my mom. I hope he gets out. That's so f***ed up. He said, the crazy part is my little brother ain't telling on my mom. I said, there's no way my brother is getting out. He should, man. And he said, that's what I say. I said, so your mom did it and let your brother go down? And he said, yeah. I said, man, our moms have to be related or something. He said, for real, they ought to be. I said, have you tried?
Now, this is getting really wicked. Let me shout out to all the people that's in there that's stopping by. Hey, Super Girl, how are you? Flower, how are you, darling? I hope you're feeling much better, sis. I hope you're feeling much better. What do you mean you're not a mod anymore, Flower? I don't understand that. I'll fix that today. You didn't do anything wrong. No, you didn't do anything wrong. That must have been YouTube tripping. I'll fix it right now, okay? Amanda Trussell. Is that a case that I need to be looking at? Shouton. Sean. I'm not pronouncing it wrong. But listen, that is a little flip side, right? It would be very disturbing to me if it was actually the mom that took this boy's life. And because the text messages read that her son was the one who wanted to have a fight with him and all the stuff like that, she was willing to let her son do a bid. But she was the one who took his life. That's kind of crazy. Because then if you really think about it too, when he got into the interrogation room, now all of a sudden he's like, I can't speak to you unless my mom is present. So where is your mother? Your mother never showed up. You've been waiting there for hours and they was waiting for your mom to show up so you could have the conversation. And she never showed up. Where is she? And you was even questioning yourself, like, where's my mom? Where she's at? So if that happened, that is wicked. That is truly, 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 truly wicked. And then I would want to know about this new brother, this off the wall, redheaded stepchild brother who knows everything that happened, everything that's going on. And then this person was able to willingly get all this information out of them. You have to wonder whether or not if they're doing that on purpose or if it's actually true. But now it's like, it's getting really wicked. It's getting really wicked now. I'm kind of scared to even think or believe that maybe the mom literally set her son up to take the fall, of unaliving this kid. Let's go on.
Tried to tell your brother to tell. He said, yeah. He said, yeah, but he tells me no. But that's how we was raised. No matter what the situation is, don't tell. And if we do, we got to face consequences. So your mom killed your sister's baby daddy and your brother is going down for it. He said, I don't know how beautiful. I really don't. I wish I did, though. And yeah, pretty much.
Gilbert was known to the detectives, and they quickly found other incriminating and inflammatory comments on his Facebook profile. It was looking like things were not as they seem, and perhaps that Angelo might be less than a murderer. Detective Burciaga went over to the Juvenile Detention Center in an effort to get a better set of fingerprints and a DNA sample from Angelo for evidentiary purposes. The young man seems to be doing well, but something has been weighing on him. Angelo approaches the detective and asks her about talking more on the case.
I do know.
My main question would be, if everything would be happening what we're talking about right now, would I get at least the first degree dropped down? So it'd be the way to work around it.
So if you're wanting to now give a statement, we can definitely schedule an appointment where it's me, you, and the attorney. And then I'm more than willing to talk to you then.
And what they learn would be enough to seriously change Angelo's status and bring someone else into custody.
All right, Elizabeth, come on out. We're going to go into this interview room over here, and I'm going to take your cuffs while we're talking, okay? I'm going to take your cuffs off.
Obviously, I know you were visiting Angelo. I know you were visiting Angelo. How is he doing? He's okay? Yeah? Okay. How are you doing?
He's in there for nothing. He didn't do anything wrong.
And I mean, just in general, not. Okay. So, just because you already know why you're here, you've been in handcuffs, you've been in the back of the cop car.
Just now.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read you your rights, okay?
It's pretty unpleasant. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm a lawyer now.
Okay, fair enough. With that being said, what's gonna happen now is I'm gonna stop this interview. You're going to jail on 2 warrants, okay? You do have an open count murder warrant, and you do have, and I have to look at that one to read you the exact, but it's a child warrant, okay? And that's not mine. It's not for me to discuss, but that's what one of the warrants is for, okay? And give me a minute.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Where did this child pornography come from, ladies and gent? Wait, the plot thickens. And I hope it's not what I think it is. I hope that this mother was not having sexual relationships with her daughter's boyfriend. And that is the reason why she was okay with the fight between her and her older son. And that's why she unalived this boy too, right? Because if he's gone, right now, nobody know that you was smashing this baby. He's a child compared to you, right? He's not even of the age of 18. If that's what happened, I feel a kind of way about it. If that is what I think happened and why she did this, because I've been listening and I've been thinking about the intent. And I'm thinking, I understand, abuse and all that stuff like that. People be, they go left, right? But I've been really thinking about the intent of why would the brother would want to, I guess, unalive him if he was supposed to just have a fight with this guy for, I guess, beating up on his sister, right? And then I was also thinking about how the mom was MIA for a good minute. Every single time she was supposed to show up for her son, she wasn't there. And then she had that whole notebook plotting down the timelines of when she was where and where she was going and where her car was supposed to be at, and nobody was supposed to leave the house and stuff like that. I really hope that that's not the case. I really hope that the intent was mainly because he assaulted your daughter, threatened to alive your son, and that was the reason why you felt like he don't no longer need to be here anymore. But if it's what I think it is, that you was sexually involved with this boy and that's the reason why you wanted to get rid of him, not because he even abused your daughter or anything of that sort, not because he threatened your son and to set up a fight. It was clearly because you wanted to hide the other things that you were doing. I have no words for you. If that's what it is. And that's just like disgusting. It's beyond disgusting if that's what I'm thinking it is. Let's go on. Let's see what they have to say. And now she's look how she's even acting. Like, you can look at her pictures. She's acting like she doesn't know. What? Child pornography? What? Why am I being charged with that? Did you have pictures of that boy in your phone, ma'am? This is crazy.
And I actually can tell you right away because I do have a copy in here. Oh my God. Okay.
I don't do child.
We don't know about the case. We don't know about this.
And just like that, Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez would stand trial for being the triggerman in the death of Jay Ruiz, a 16-year-old dishwasher who was at the time a father-to-be. She had also been ready to let her own 16-year-old son take the rap for her in an agreement with him on the premise that since he was a juvenile, the courts would go easier on him and he would be released from prison at an earlier date than she would. In a plea deal, she would be found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to serve 18 years in prison. For his part in the crime, Angelo would be found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and assault with the intent to commit a felony. He would be remanded to the Juvenile Detention Center until his 21st birthday.
Wow. That was crazy. That was a twist that I was not expecting. I really thought that the mom seemed quite sincere in the beginning, but come to find out, she was actually the one who pulled the trigger. And she literally was willing to throw her own son under the bus because of his age. They like hoping that they would charge him as a juvie and he'll get out at 18. A lot of people don't understand. Like if juveniles commits murders and things of that sort, they can only be charged as a juvenile who committed a murder. This is why a lot of the courts try to charge juveniles or young adults as adults so they can actually serve the time that any other adult would serve if they would have did that type of act, a homicide, whatever, you name it. So she was banking on the fact that they would charge him as a juvenile. He would just go to juvie for a couple of years. He'll come back, no sweat. His record would be sealed, right? Because he was underage at that time. It would be sealed deal. It wouldn't prevent him from going to school. It wouldn't prevent him from getting a job or a decent job. He could still get federal jobs. Like I said, so she planned that all the way out. I mean, I believe that they should have gave her more years than 18 years. However, she pleaded and she got second degree murder in this situation. But if, tell you the truth, if she didn't get that second degree murder, they would have gave her far more time, because not only did she planned it, she set her own child up, right? Then she had that whole pornography thing going on. I don't know what the hell that was about, but she had that whole pornography thing, child pornography thing going on. Yeah, it would have been really bad for her. It would have been really, really bad for her. And it's like, it's unfortunate that this young man lost his life, and he lost his life from an adult who was supposed to be the logical one in that situation to stop these teens for fighting. If he wasn't a good fit for your daughter because he doesn't control his anger and he's hostile, then you need to remove him or tell your daughter that he needs to be removed, or he needs to go get help, get therapy, whatever. Not, you can't be in a relationship with him, but he can still have a relationship with the child that y'all share together. That's what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to let level heads take place, not go into it and be like, yeah, I'm gonna take you out and then I'm gonna destroy my son's future over it. Like that's not motherly, and that's not motherly love either. It's really sad. It's quite sad. Let's see. GLT said, what about the child porn? I don't even know. I really don't. I'm still like, like a little shocked about that. I'm a little shocked about that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. Flower said they sure do. Oh, okay. Sean says should have been first degree. She planned that out. Yes, exactly. That's what I believe. She planned the whole thing out, but then she knew that it was going to go for first degree with her. So that's why she pleaded for second degree. And she got 18 years. But that is just not motherly. She is horrible for what she did. Yeah, that's just terrible. It's really terrible to really, you destroy so many people's lives here. If you really think about it, as a mom, you destroy so many people's lives here. Now your grandson don't have a father. He's what I'm saying? He lost a parent, right? Before he even got here, he lost a parent, right? You destroy your other older son's future, right? He's going to have a hard time. We know how these kids act once they go through juvie when they get out. Most of them don't rehabilitate correctly. They start leaving a life of crime into the adulthood, right? This is why we want to make sure or do preventative measures so our kids don't go into juvie, because juvie changes these kids and they start to become career criminals from there. So you destroy your oldest son's life, and then and then even like that, like I said, then you murdered another parent's child. You destroyed so many families, your own, somebody else's. It's really sad if you really think about it in totality. That she did the wrong thing, and she needed more time. So that doesn't really sit well with me, guys. All right, guys, I appreciate you. So make sure you're hitting the like button. I appreciate it. Or hit the down button if you don't like the cases. Share this out to anyone who is interested in reviewing these type of cases with me. I truly appreciate everybody who is participating in the chat. Thank you so much. So the next case that I have for you good folks is a killer realizes the victims recorded their own death. So this is an interesting interrogation, and I thought that we should review it. It's an oldie, but a goodie. But nonetheless, let's go on.
No.
The man you see here is David Carrillo, a killer whose ex-girlfriend was found riddled with bullets just hours ago. And David will do his best to act innocent, but little does he know, his victim recorded her own murder.
And there was a 911 call. And in that 911 call, she says you're at her house.
David, why?
It wasn't a drug deal. It wasn't anything else. David, you were there.
On April 18, 2015, dispatch in Lubbock, Texas received a call for a domestic violence report, but they did not expect the kind of horrors they were about to hear.
David, stop, please. It's not working. How is it working?
All right.
How is this working, David? Why?
They probably was going to go for first degree, Ashley, but she pleaded for second degree.
You don't want to be in this. You love this family, right? Stop.
By the time that officers arrived at the caller's home, they discovered a horrific sight. In the bedroom were two dead bodies, one of 27-year-old Jennifer Cruz and the other of her boyfriend, 30-year-old Albert Bo Martinez, both of whom had been shot in the head. There were clear signs of a break-in as a back door was damaged. However, this was anything but a robbery gone wrong. An alarm panel directly in front of the front door displayed a flashing alarm canceled. A message like this meant that the intruder knew the password to the alarm and disabled it on purpose. Moreover, no belongings were stolen from the home. Whoever this was only broke in with the intent to murder. And finding this mystery suspect was easier than imagined. On the call, Jessica was heard referring to a David. Looking into her past, she was involved for several years with a lover called David Carrillo just a year before this incident. In fact, he was the biological father of Jennifer's children. David was shortly taken into custody from his home as detectives only had one question looming over their heads. Why would an ex-lover only show up a year later to murder Jennifer and Bo, ruining the lives of his own children? The following footage of David's interview has been provided to us by the Lubbock, Texas Police Department, and it will capture one of the worst performances in interrogation history.
Well, I appreciate you agreeing.
So off the bat, it seems like this man was tripping. He did not accept that he was no longer in her life and he couldn't control her, and that she moved on and had a whole new boyfriend. And he decided that he was going to unalive both of them. Now, they're looking for the intent in this process, right? So I want to know, do it have anything to do with custody of the children, right? Is that one of the reasons why he possibly have done this? Does it have anything to do that were they legally still married and he can collect on her life insurance, or he was on her life insurance policy? Those are the type of questions that I would be asking as into why he would do that. But the funny thing about it is, when we're about to see in this interrogation, that this man is going to act like he doesn't know anything, even though you heard loud that she said his name on a recording. And I'm sure the reason why she had that recordings or cameras and stuff in her house set up is due to the simple fact that he's probably have been stalking her and harassing her ever since they have separated. He's probably have been coming to her property unannounced, uninvited, many times. It had nothing to do with the children that they both share with each other. So she probably had that for her own protection if she had to go to court. And then I would love to know whether or not if she ever had a PPO out against him, and like maybe in the past, maybe when they were together, who knows? But that was very disturbing to hear their last moments, her and her boyfriend. So rest in peace to the victims. Okay, so let's go on. Let's hear what he has to say. Before I start, I want y'all to just look at his mannerism. We talk about body mannerisms here, especially when we have these interrogation. Off the bat, he's acting like his shoulder is sore. That is a tactic, a coping tactic that some individuals use. We have seen cases where people use putting their hands on the side of their face, fidgeting with their hair, rubbing the back of their skull, and also massaging certain places. We'll also see the positioning of one's hands will let you know if they're agitated, they're full of anxiety, stress, or if they're not being forthcoming. But let's go on.
To come in and talk to us today. We're just going to basically talk about just some history. Your cell phone, do you have it with you?
No, it's at my house.
At your house, and what was your home address? What kind of phone is it?
That's a Samsung 4. No 4. No 4.
And do you know your phone company? Is it AT&T or is it Sprint? Okay, and do you have any children?
Yes, I have 2.
And who's the mom to the children?
Jennifer Cruz.
And how long have you known her?
I'm 29, so I've known her since I was 15. 14 years.
And she's mom to both the children? Does she have any other children?
No, I was with her for 12 years.
12 years. And the reason that you're here today is that we do want to talk to you about Jennifer. We went to her house today and early this morning, and she was found deceased in her house.
No.
Yes, and that's why you're here. We need to talk to you.
That's
and,
not
and
true.
give you that information.
No. What?
We just kind of want to talk to you about, y'all's relationship, how long you've known her. You're not in custody. You're not under arrest for anything. You don't have any warrants or anything. Since we are usually we talk to the person closest to them. I do need to read you some information for us to continue talking, okay? And I know you probably need some time to kind of process it.
Yo, it's so bad. It's so bad. Do you see him trying to force himself to cry? That was like one of the fakest attempt to be startled and shocked about hearing that she's no longer here anymore and she was pronounced dead in her home that I had ever seen. Like, oh my goodness. And then is it me? But does it look like, he doesn't know where the camera is, but doesn't it look like he found the camera and he's looking into the camera to put on the waterworks? Like, it just, it's bad. That's so bad. I'm sorry, guys. Let's go on. That was so bad.
Because I know you're probably going to want to know some information, and we can give you some information, and then you maybe help us with this case, okay? Do you understand? And we'll just go through some history with you, okay? Let's get through this so we can get through some more, okay? Get some more, maybe we can figure out some of them. Maybe you can answer some questions for us about what was going on in our life, okay?
With this kind of horrible acting, it's almost like David's next sentence is about to be, "My dog stepped on a bee." Clearly, he has no remorse for what just happened, and will continue to do his best to convince detectives that he is just a hurt ex-lover as they question him about his relationship with Jennifer.
Well. Thank you so much.
Let's kind of go through, you said you've known her all your life, right? Let's kind of go through that, okay? How did y'all meet? And just take your time, okay? We're just here to try and get this all figured out, okay?
Thank you, Brucey dear. I appreciate you. Why is he so bad at it?
How old were y'all?
I think I was like 14 and she was like 12, I think. I think it was like a year old.
Did y'all meet her in Lubbock?
No, she's from Brownfield. I'm from
No
Ralph.
tears. No tears, Joanne.
We were friends at first. And then we kind of got together like a year later after we would see each other around like at quinceañeras and parties and stuff like that. And I've known her for a long time. I can't remember. I know I was at a quinceañera. I remember.
So y'all dated and through school?
Yeah. Well, I'm not too sure. I think I was maybe 17, I think, when we started dating. I think we were friends for a few years. For about 3 years. Two or 3 years.
It's bad. This is really bad. I'm sorry. The video essayist did not lie. This is one of the plethora of interrogations that have literally made me laugh and want to just like cry on the floor. Like, are you seriously? What's going on here? This is the mother of your child. The mother of your child. You had 2 kids. You're in your 20s. Obviously, she's in her 20s too, right? You said you knew her since she was like 15, or you were both 15. Y'all went to school and you're kind of linked up. Now, all of a sudden, you don't remember anything. They asked you about your whereabouts from yesterday. You said that you was at a quinceañera, but now you don't know nothing. It's just weird. Like, that doesn't really make sense. And then it's just like the whole mannerism. He's still now rubbing his shoulder because him rubbing his shoulder is his coping mechanism. It helps him to stay calm and relax and to lie, right? And to lie. That's how he gets his comfort. Let's go on with the shenanigans. Let's go on.
When did y'all start living together? Or did y'all get married? Were y'all ever married? No?
I think we were 19 or 18. She was living with her mom because I had went to jail, I think, when I was 17.
Brandon, how are you doing, sir? I hope everything's going well with you.
I went to jail because my brother had got raided and I happened to be there at the wrong place at the wrong time. And I spent in jail for 4 months. And I got out when I was like, in January, around when I turned 18, like on February 16th, or 6th. And I had my daughter in May, February, so she was 6 months. She was 6 months with my daughter. She was 6 months with my daughter, and then I got out, I had to get my license, and I had to hurry up and get a job, and they took my truck away, and that truck that it got impounded.
Describe y'all's relationship when it was good. Whenever y'all, did y'all ever, did the police ever have to come to your house? Was there ever any police reports filed in Brownfield or Meadow or anywhere where y'all lived or here in Lubbock?
Never. I've never heard her. I've never hit her. I've cheated on her a lot when I was younger. I hurt her real bad doing that. Then I stopped like when I was 26. I was 25, 26. I started getting older and I was like, man, I can't be doing this to her.
Y'all never argued, never had any...
we argue here and there, but it would never be physical, never. I'll never hit her.
Brucey, it's on the store. This is the Corner Boys. The Corner Boys mug. This is for you guys. In the chat. It's in there.
The only time she had called them is when we were split up and I was trying to get my stuff and she wasn't letting me get my stuff, and I got upset.
You cannot even act.
Broke my TV because she didn't want to give me my TV. He was like, well, you can have it. I'm like,
sure ain't.
But other than that, he let us go. I'm like, I'm just here to get my stuff. I still got stuff over there. I still got tools. I still got painting stuff. I still got my car out there. My car in the back. I think I still have my gun out there.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Glock 40. I think it's still in that. I think it's still in the little container.
What color container was it in?
It's black.
Do you remember where you left it in the house?
It's in... I know I took my shotgun, but I left that behind. I don't know why. I think it's... Because I stopped working for Loomis, that's when I was carrying it out of that commercial license. I think it's where the air conditioner unit's at, I think. I don't know if it's still there.
Is it a closet? Or are you talking about a closet? Or?
Yeah, it's like a little... it's a little two-door. And I think I had it right there. I think I had it stashed.
David just admitted.
So the biggest thing that I'm taking for all the yada, yada, yada he's talking about, he literally took this time to frame himself as some form of victim. He's not showing any concern about this mother of his children, right? The mother of his children has been found dead. And you're not even really even concerned about that. You're literally expressing them how you feel and what you've been going through and how you had to suffer. And that is literally a tattletale sign to a lot of detectives, because where is your empathy, right? Like, even if you had you broke up, she couldn't deal with the cheating anymore, and you've been with each other for a long time, if that's someone that you know, you really know inside and out and that you really cared about, you wouldn't be sitting up here talking about, oh, well, you know, I got locked up and I was at the wrong place at the wrong time and it was a couple months and then my kid was born. Like, you would be a little bit more like, oh my God, what happened? You even would be asking questions like, what happened? Did someone break into the home? Are my kids okay? Not once did he say, are my children okay? If the kids reside with the mom, wouldn't you want to know whether or not if your children have gotten harm or not? It's just a lot of things that's going on with this guy that is tattletale, that he's just trying to say things to, you know, bypass the time. He's trying to make sure he keeps the narrative where he wants it to go, right? And that they don't start asking him the harder questions, right? If he just keeps on harping on about his feelings and all this stuff like that and the blast of the past, then everything's going to be okay. We all know that doesn't work, but this is what he's assuming, right? This is exactly what he's assuming. Hey, Bama boy, how are you? It's good to see you, sir. Hope everything's well with you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, don't worry about it, Brucey. The reason why he got blocked and banned, because he comes in here and whoever these people are, they come in here and they project what their mama do. Not me. So it is what it is. Let's go.
Admitted to owning a Glock 40, which is important for a very specific reason. Close to the bodies of the victims in the bedroom, 2 .40 caliber shell casings were discovered. Not only that, but an empty Glock 40 caliber gun case was found in one of the home's closets. Worst of all, just a day prior to the shooting, a witness came forward to tell officers that David had requested to buy a silencer from him. Stitching this evidence together with David's past with Jennifer, he likely suffered from feelings of extreme jealousy over her and couldn't stand seeing her with anyone else. This is ironic, considering David had commitment issues and cheated on her constantly, which he just admitted to. Something to note, however, is that shortly after they split, Jennifer had custody of the kids, but they could still see their father every Thursday, unfortunately. This means that 2 days prior to the murder, David would have visited his kids, which gives officers an easy line of questioning they can leverage to approach his interactions with Jessica.
So Thursday, what time did you pick up the kids on? You said you had the kids on Thursday?
Yeah,
That's a good one. That's a good lead into the questions that they want to ask him, because if he went to go see her and the kids 2 days prior to somebody bombarding into her house and shooting her in the head and her boyfriend in the head, then she could start asking about, was it a argument that happened when you guys were there? Was there any exchange of threatening amongst each other around those couple of days? Then it could also lead back to, did you set up for you to lower the alarm system while you was in her house? When you was invited into her house to see your kids, did you knock down the alarm system because you knew that she was going to come back prior? So they want to do so many ways where they can establish whether or not, if he is the actual suspect that they're looking for, if this was premeditated or not, or was this a a hit for hire? Like there's so many different things that they're looking for when they ask these particular questions. So we're going to just go ahead and listen a little bit more and see how this plays out.
They get out at 3:20.
You said it's Stewart Elementary?
Mm-hmm.
And then were the
I know,
kids in
Brucey.
school on
I
Friday?
appreciate you.
Okay, so you
My
took
mom, like, I go in at 6 so I can get off at 3 in order to get them.
I understand,
so
Sean.
I have my mom take them.
on Friday morning?
Yeah, Friday morning. So
No
so
problem,
maybe
Flower.
get out
Take your time.
at 3 and go pick them up. That's the only way I can do it.
So,
'Cause I usually go in at, it's supposed to be 7 to 4. But I tell my supervisor, I have to go in early to get off early and get my kids.
so did the children spend the night with you or with your mom on Thursday?
With my mom.
With your mom? That way she could take them to
Yeah,
school, you could
then
go
I
ahead
get
and go
them.
to work. Okay. And so you were at home on 100th Street on Thursday night, and then you go to work until 3.
Mm-hmm.
On Friday, you go to work 6 to 3, and then at 3:30 or at 3:20 you pick up your 2 children.
Yeah.
And after that, what y'all do after that?
I went to Walmart.
Okay, which Walmart did y'all go to?
The one on South Loop 289.
About what time were y'all there?
And I want to pour gas.
Oh, he's annoying me. He's annoying me. But all that talking low, pausing, acting like he doesn't understand the questions that she's asking him is all strategic. Remember what I have always told you. In these interrogation rooms is the battle of the minds, right? You have the detectives who are trying to get information out of you, trying to, whether they have to do it in a way where you feel like if you don't say anything, you're going to be in more in trouble, or if you, if you willingly give that information, like, they understand that you're human and human nature, that everything's going to be okay. And then you'll have the potential suspects who probably are the ones that they're looking for. They will also go in with the manipulation tactics as well, right? Lord, we've seen so many examples of them doing that, whether if them acting like they don't understand, they don't know what's going on, them trying to plead that they had a insanity break, right? A mental episode as into why they did that. Or they'll also leave the narrative that they'll want the detectives to go fish for someone else, right? By name dropping a couple of people to have them bring, add more to the suspect list so they can go down that avenue. What he's doing right now, the pausing, the acting like he doesn't remember, which was only 24, 48 hours, and you're acting like you don't know what you was there, what were you doing, who you were with. You're acting like this is like like this happened months ago. This is all strategy for this guy. It's all strategy for this guy. Let's see. That's a good question. Where the hell were the babies? Right, exactly. Where were the babies? It's funny because if she gave the babies to him, right? The day that he came over, that Thursday when he went to go visit them, what if he went to go visit them and say, hey, I want them for the weekend, or my mom wants them for the weekend. And he took the babies away from her to go bring it to a family, to bring them to the family members so they could watch them. So, because he knew that he was going to go over there and do that to her, then there goes that premeditation all over again. I just wish people would stop doing stupid things, but let's go on.
4 maybe.
So right after, pretty much. When was the last time you spoke to Jennifer Cruz?
I think it was Thursday.
Did you talk to her face to face, or did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah. She was saying something about her new boyfriend. I guess he got out of prison or what. He's been threatening me. And I told her, you need to tell him to stop already, man. I was like, he messaged me saying that I requested his mom on Facebook. I'm like, I don't even know your mom. I don't care. It was like, me and Jennifer have been split up already since August, so I don't know how long that is. And that's good for y'all.
It does not make any sense. The new boyfriend would not go out of his way to threaten you if you were not an issue, right? Now, this is not to say that we don't have boyfriends who feel a kind of way, when you have a significant other, or you had an ex-husband, ex-boyfriend, whatever, but then you have to still keep in contact with them because there's children involved. There are new relationships that ends because of that, right? They just don't feel comfortable with that dynamic, right? And it is what it is, right? People have the right to decide what type of dynamics they want to be in when they get into a relationship with a person. But if this guy has no real reason outside of that, he has no real reason to threaten you. And why would he threaten you unless you are intruded into their relationship? If you're being a nuisance, if you're using the kid against the mother, making things difficult or harder, right? Trying to break up their relationship. There has to be a reason why this guy is threatening you. So for him to even just say that this guy is just flat out threatening him, he wouldn't have no reason to threaten you if you was only involved with what's going on with the kids with Jessica and not trying to intrude in her personal life that no longer have you no longer have access to. So it's weary when you hear them, explain certain things because they kind of tell on themselves, really. They kind of tell on themselves about where their mindset is at. Like the guy would not have to threaten you if you was not being a nuisance. And you not being a nuisance is just being in your kid's life. No, that's not being a nuisance. A nuisance is if you're doing things trying to disrupt their relationship or what they got going on. But let's go on.
Yeah, we might have had some words. He threatened me with a gun, and I'm like, well, I got guns too, but I was trying to scare.
He threatened who with a gun?
He did.
He threatened you?
Yeah.
How did he threaten you? Was it on face to face?
No, messenger.
Hi, Felicia. How are you?
Through Facebook?
Yeah, through Facebook. I told him I got a gun too, and I posted. I just give him a little picture of my old gun when I had a.
Now Miss Jalen said, I am not claiming him.
40? Yeah, 40.
Right.
And, I wasn't going to do anything. I was like, man, just leave me alone already, man. And then he texted me the next day. Why you requesting my mom? I was like, I don't know.
So he actually sent you a text message?
No, Facebook.
Facebook?
And that's when I called Jennifer and I was like, hey, what's going on here? I was like, what are y'all doing? I don't know the guy. I know he's from Brownsville.
You know.
Hey everyone, I'm still here. Sorry about that. Yeah, it just it had the reboot. Sorry. I'm gonna put it back on right now, guys. Sorry about that. Hit the one in the chat and let me know. Let me know if everything is still good on your side. The one in the chat. Okay.
Completely blown out of the water by the fact that Bo had left this life behind and was known to be working towards a better future, as this statement from his sister shows. Ironically enough, even David himself served time for selling drugs. So considering this not-so-stellar performance, he is only leveraging bogus accusations to push for his own innocence, and he will use a similar technique as he tries to explain the damage from the break-in at Jennifer's house.
Thank you guys so much.
Ben's house. They're on 44th Street.
I went there Thursday. Remember when I was telling you I had to go? Yeah, because she had. I don't know if she texted me or called me. I think she called me. She's like, well, oh man, I don't know what she told me. She told me something else, and she's like, well, you know, I'm car because they're gonna give me a fine if you don't move it. And I think because the car was already blown off because of the wind and the rain. I was like, okay, you know, I'll try to get it out by this weekend. That's what I told her.
So that was the last time you were near the house?
Did you ever go into the house on that day? Was it Nancy's house on that day that you hadn't, that was strange to you, or
that she has an alarm on her.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Does the alarm work? Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
And what kind of an alarm system is it? Is it surveillance?
No, it's just a basic you type it in.
The alarm code?
She changed it.
So I don't think he understands that what he did is, I mean, obviously we know that he's a bad performer. Obviously he knows what happened to her in this situation. We can kind of put two to two together, right? But he doesn't understand by him just stating that he knew that she had an alarm system and he knew what type of alarm system that it is. There's only two things. It's either you went there and you scoped out the house and you figured out, you know, how to disarm the alarm, or you used to live there and you know about that system because you're the one who placed that system in. So you're probably still on the account associated with the company of that alarm system, which would allow you to have access to disalarm it or use the master code to disalarm the alarm in the house when you needed to. That was a big no-no, right? That was a big no-no. But see, he figured that he has everything all figured out. He figured that he crossed all his I's and dotted his old T's, and he knew that he would have been a suspect. He knew that. You can understand that he knew that in these type of situations that they're going to go to the closest people to that individual, that particular victim. So spouses, parents, siblings, children, you name it, right? They go to the immediate family first and investigate with them. But that information, that little information, if you haven't been with this woman in almost a year, right? You should have no idea about her alarm system. You shouldn't know it. You shouldn't even know what type of alarm system she has. But then you even had enough balls to even tell them that, oh, no, she changed it. No, probably she didn't change it. Probably you changed it. What if you changed her alarm system and she didn't even know that you changed her alarm system? Is it still crackling? I hope it's not going in and out anymore. I hope not. Bruce says he's guilty. Yeah, he is. Okay, no problem, Brucey, no problem. All right, let's go on. Let's hear what else he has to say. But I'm looking at the detective too. The detective, he's getting tired. He's kind of yawning and just looking at the situation. But it's his job to sit up there and watch his body language. This is the reason why he's not participating in asking the questions here. They have the woman being the lead investigator right now with these questions.
Sometimes Jennifer's real forgetful. She would just like, man, she'll leave the window, the doors open, and like the front window, you can go through the front window.
It's unlocked or?
No, it's like it's one of the old school doors where the windows where it slides out and it has like a little locker. You can go through that anytime. I was like, you need to fix that. I was like, anybody can come in here while y'all asleep. So I never got that fixed because I could never find the piece to. I really didn't. I should have tried more to try to get that piece, but I never did. I was too busy in the house. A deck, patio deck in the back. And I just, it wasn't even in my head to think of it.
So, when the police got over there this morning and SWAT sitting out there and SWAT took you out of your house, what did you think? Because that is not a normal occurrence.
I've had that done before.
You have? And
when I got...
What happened when you were taken out of your house by SWAT the last time?
You sure do, Sean.
What did they have to do? Yeah.
When my brother got busted.
Okay.
Yeah. Man, I really...
So what was your thought this time?
Drugs again?
Absolutely, Joanne. Absolutely.
Jennifer thought I was a drug dealer.
Okay.
I was like, I'm not selling my drugs, man.
Why did she think you were...
Because everybody... some guy named... I don't know his name, but he's like, she invited me a while back to her house. I was like, what's going on?
Now he's definitely lying. He's crossing his arms now. He's defensive. He's trying to figure out who he can blame or what name he can put in there as a loophole for them to get off of his whereabouts and what he was doing. Let's see. Aladdin said, what is going on here? We are reviewing a case. This man unalived his ex-girlfriend and her new current boyfriend in They're in her house. And we're watching his interrogation right now.
I was like, what are you doing? She was questioning me.
Yes, lying.
Like, what are you talking about? I heard you were selling drugs. I was like, selling drugs? I mean, that's what I went to jail the first time. My brother's in prison for years for that. Why would I do something like that? I told her, I was like, you know I work hard. She's like, I heard different. It's like, I heard you're selling drugs for rest.
Which brother is in the penitentiary for drugs?
My brother Michael.
Okay. Is he older or younger than you are?
He's old.
Okay. So you believe that it was probably a drug-related thing that Jennifer had called into the police, and that's what's what got it.
It seems that way, Yvonne.
Keep in mind that David has been talking to detectives for nearly an hour, and not once has he asked us
I agree.
a single question about Jennifer, and most shockingly, his own children's well-being.
Exactly.
After losing their mother, you would think that a father would be concerned about this. Mortally, the only thing that David feels right now is satisfaction. Satisfied that he has taken revenge on Jennifer for moving on and living her best life, something that the following conversation will prove.
Now, in talking about, you said his name is Bo, is that correct? And we talked about him for just a little bit. You said he'd actually sent you some messages on Facebook. You guys had messaged back and forth. Would you be able to actually show us that particular, all those messages?
I don't know.
You got to with each other?
The first message I deleted, and then you know what? I deleted them. Then Thursday, he texted me again. I'm like, this guy. And the first message is like, why are you trying to request my mom on Facebook? It's like, if you need to know something about me, you need to come to my face and stop being a female about it. And that upset me.
Okay. That was Thursday.
That was Thursday, and we're going back and forth. And
so when you say you go back and forth, what did he says? Come to my face. What do you tell him? Do you remember? You say, yeah, I'll meet you somewhere. I don't do that, or
I really don't remember what I told him, but he's like, I was talking so much crap.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want Jennifer. I was like, you can have her. And I was disrespecting her.
And when you say disrespecting her, how were you disrespecting her?
Like I don't want her, and this is wrong with her, and this is what's wrong with her about this, and I got something better.
That pause is deafening. Sir, you wasn't sitting up there telling this man that I don't want her and I got something better, because the whole reason why you're actually having the argument is because of Jennifer. If you really had something better, and unless Jennifer is not acting like she is, she still wants to get with you or get back with you, or she's playing between you and the new guy, right, to just get on your nerves and stuff like that, then you wouldn't care. You would not care. You wouldn't be having an argument with this guy back and forth unless it has anything to do with your children. Not once have he mentioned anything about his children, or how they even feel about the fact that their mother that they were living with is no longer with them anymore. They're not going to wake up to breakfast with mom, right? No more mom taking them to their dental appointments. No more mom being at their games or activities and stuff. You're not even concerned about your own children. So, and then this whole bogus thing about him messaging you or messaging your mother on IG. Come on. Like stop that. All right, stop. I hate to say this because I'm not I don't really believe in the gender thing, but ain't no grown man calling your mom about you. I'm sorry. No grown man who's not insane or has real issues is not going to call your mom and say, can you do something about your son? That's not happening. Y'all not 18 years old. You are 25. I don't know how old the other guy was, but I'm thinking that he's not too far from all your ages, right? In your late 25s, mid 25, you know. He's not calling your mom. What is your mom going to do? What is your mom going to say to you to stop acting the way that you're acting? Nothing. You're going to do whatever the hell you want to do. So I just feel that that's quite weird that he keep on saying that the guy was on Facebook messaging his mom. Like, do you live with your mama? Because that's the only reason why I would say that he would be messaging her. Like, listen, you better tell your son to chill out, you know, like acting like I don't know where y'all live. You know what I'm saying? He's threatening me and whatever not. It's just weird. It's just weird when he keeps on saying that. It's really weird. But like, he's not going to be sitting up there having a long, drawn out conversation with this dude talking about, oh, I don't want Jennifer. This is what's wrong with her, and I got something better. Men, that's not what men do. All right, I'm sorry. I don't want to seem like a gender thing, but that's just not what men do, right? Men don't have those type of conversations. The most thing men will say is like, "Well, I had her first, right? So you're taking my scraps, or you're taking my leftovers, or blah blah blah, right?" You know, they'll say things like that because they know that men are touchy about that, right? But they're not sitting up there telling you everything that's wrong with her. Like that's something, I'm sorry, that's just something that I would see more of a woman doing to another woman, or you know, telling another woman, well, he was with you, he was doing nothing, but he's with me, he's doing everything. I see women doing that. I don't see men doing that. I really don't. I don't. Let's see. All right, let's go on.
I got my girlfriend. I got me something, and it was so much. I was so upset because I'm trying to watch cars, and this guy's over here texting me about something I don't know. I'm like, who's your mother? And he never asked me. He never answered me. And that's when I told you I called Jen, and she was like, what? So you need to stop requesting his mom. I'm like, oh my gosh. She's like, who's his mom? I was like, I don't know who his mom is. It's like, why are you acting like this? I was like, you can have him. It's like, we've been split up for. I don't know. I thought you were with someone else. What are you doing? Whose is it? Which one is it? And she just hung up on me.
So was there a feeling during the last month, since you guys have been having sex and kind of that maybe that you guys could get back together or repair it?
Hey man, there's so much damage there.
You think it was beyond repair?
I hurt her so bad.
Do you y'all were just having sex and that was about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And shoot.
You said you hurt her real bad. You left her, or?
Yeah, I left her.
But she stayed with you when you cheated on her.
Yeah, she did. She would leave like for a week or two, or come back, and not months like these two times.
It's improbable that David was the one being attacked in this conversation for two major reasons. Firstly, one of Jennifer's ex-friends testified that David had threatened his life over text messages, so doing the same to a new lover, Bo in this case, would not have been unusual. Secondly, if Bo really was the one to initiate these threats, then why did David delete the texts? He knew that those messages would make him look guilty and tried to erase them. David likely thinks that clumsy lies like this to save him. However, the detectives have had enough of this behavior and moved to more methods to prove his guilt.
Let me ask you this. When you said that you didn't have your Glock at your house, right? When is the last time or your shotgun, any kind of...
I never shot my shotgun before. I shot that Glock when I was taking the test for Lewis.
So it's been a while since. So right now you haven't shot it in the last 24 hours.
No.
It's choppy. It's choppy. Is it choppy? Because on my side, it's not choppy, guys. I'm sorry if that's happening. Hopefully, if by me stopping it a little bit, it will catch up and stop being choppy. I apologize. I don't know why that is happening at all. Very, very annoying. But while I'm letting that kind of like catch up and everything. Okay, so GLT said yes, it is. Okay. Not get the aluminum foil. Not the aluminum foil. Like, where are we? Are we in 1950s? We talk about the aluminum foil, Miss Jalen. Not the aluminum foil on the antenna of the TV. Bruce said he didn't want her for anything but sex, and dude got in the way of that. Right. So it seemed like he was kind of still messing with her. He was still messing with her after they kind of broke up. And he just wanted the access. And he knows that he can't get the access if she officially moves on and she catches feelings for whoever she's dating at that time, right? And that's normally what these type of controlling, manipulative guys and girls that you get in a relationship with or you end a relationship with, that's what they do, right? That's why they always try to hurry up and try to get back in your good graces before you meet someone else, because they know once you become emotionally attached to someone, it's all ends game with them, right? It's not going to happen. So they have to literally catch you in the sweet spot. Catch you in the sweet spot. So that's what it seems like he was doing. He was still kind of like dealing with her. He was still kind of catching feelings for her, still feeling that he has that access to her. And when she started to move on and officially cut things away from him, he couldn't accept that. This wasn't even the first boyfriend that he ended up threatening. He threatened another boyfriend before. He threatened to unalive the life. So he already has created a pattern that he cannot accept him no longer having access to her in that way. It has nothing to do with the well-being of his children. None of these children, he has not said anything once about his children telling him or informing him about the partners that the mom had, and that they're concerned about their safety or their mom's safety with these individuals. Let's see. Oh, he said, Brucey said, yeah, but when you talk, it's clear as a bell. So yeah, it's the video, Brucey. I'm sorry. Sean said, if we break up, that's cool, but if you start another relationship, we got issues. Right. That's just weird to me. It's absolutely weird. But that's how some individuals think.
Hand, and that would just show if you fired a gun. Hey, if you don't mind, we'll go get someone that way. Just stay right there.
Right now, this detective left to get a crime scene technician in order to conduct a gunshot residue test, or GSR, on David. A GSR test is the presence of gunpowder and can give results between a range of 3 to 50 centimeters. If positive, this could play a role in washed his hands, then it is unlikely that this test will be useful. In either case, this only makes David panic more, as he believes this can convict him, and this detective in the white shirt will do his absolute best to compound on the pressure built because of the GSR.
I'm not sure how familiar you are with investigations. There's a ton of stories on TV, but basically when you have a deceased person like Jennifer in this case, she's in the middle, right? And then we work closest and we eventually will work out, okay? You're probably the closest person to her that we could identify the quickest, okay? So that's why you're here. We're trying to get every last bit of information that we possibly can that can lead us to who would do this, okay? So, doing a test on your hands is great for us, because the faster that we can move off of anybody, the faster we can go and move on to another person. Do you understand what I'm saying? What we're actually trying to do is exclude as many people as we can, because at the end of that time period, the only people left, or the only person left, we won't have any choice but to include them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you know, we talked to you, we asked you questions, we want to know, you know, where were you at
That's
during
sucky
these
individuals.
times?
That's
Tell
what
us
they do.
about your movements. Tell us about people that can verify information. You know, da 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 da. We do all that so we can gather all that information and exclude you from the equation and move on. Okay? So, I mean, if you have any questions, you can ask. I don't know about how much information that Detective Pena can release at this time because it's an active investigation. It's only hours old. Okay? But everything that she does ask you or anything that I happen to ask you, please just be as honest and forthright as you can and as detail-oriented as you can. Okay? I know it's a big shock to find out what happened, but the more information and details that you can give us, the better, because that's going to help us.
I know he's just talking right now to try to get him open and make him feel somewhat safe in regards to taking the test and then also checking his hands for any gun residue. But what you talking about shock, detective? This man have not shown any shock at all after getting the news of the situation. We are still at our end and he has not even felt concerned about his children. So I don't understand what type of shock you trying to explain to him, but I don't even believe that he believed that this man is in shock. I truly just think that he was using the ego up approach to make it seem like he's understanding and he's sincere that, hey, listen, you know, we just want to hurry up and eliminate as many people as possible so we can find out what happened to Jennifer and we can give her the proper justice that that needs to happen here, right? And your cooperation will help us move smoothly so we can eliminate you, right? That's his whole reason of doing this. But yeah, this man wasn't shocked. This man wasn't shocked about nothing. All right, let's go on. Let's go on.
Narrow down the field of who may be responsible for this, okay?
Okay. This is Detective Lindley.
Go.
After conducting a GSR test, detectives decide they've had enough of David's lies as they begin to confront him head-on with the presence of the 911 recording, something that will make David give a full confession.
You need to be totally honest with me. You know, we started working this case at 3 in the morning, okay? And there was a 911 call. And in that 911 call, she says you're at her house, okay? That needs to be explained by you. That's why I asked you so specifically, when was the last time you've been there? Because in the 911 call, she's calling your name and saying put the gun down. And it's all recorded. You know, you've been very cooperative with us. But right now is the time that you need to tell the truth. You know, what happened. And both also dead. You know that. Okay? It wasn't a drug deal. It wasn't anything else. David, you were there. Okay? Now, as to why you were there, that's what you have to explain. I went back and listened to that 911 call, and she's saying, David, put the gun down. David, it's not worth it. I listened to it. It's all recorded. And it's not worth it over the relationship. You don't want me no more. All that's on. It's all recorded.
100%.
Now, David, it's time for you to tell us what really happened. You know.
Oh yeah, we preach that here, Aladdin.
With you, you know, from the beginning. I said we need to talk to you about her.
Yeah, you see his whole demeanor change, Joanne.
What happened, David? And tell me what happened at 3 in the morning when we got that 911 call. Tell me from the beginning to the end what happened. Just in your words. This is your story to tell, you know. Which vehicle were you in when you went over there?
Dodge.
The Dodge. And where was Jennifer when you got there?
In the room.
Which room?
Her room.
Her room. Where was Bo?
There.
Yeah, he had to have
And then what
known.
happened?
An escalator.
Where did you have the gun? Did you get it? Did you take it with you?
Yeah.
Where's the gun right now?
It's by the old CVS. On the lip. In the trees.
And where?
He's completely defeated. You can tell he's completely defeated. Like his whole mannerism, he's defeated. He knows it's a wrap. It's a wash up. He cannot even pretend, even though he was doing a bad job of pretending before, that he didn't know what was going on and all that stuff like that. But you could just tell his whole mannerism about himself changed. He has his head low. Now he's talking soft. Now he's also kind of like have his hand on his face. Remember that coping mechanism. He's literally going over in his head right now, like, oh my God, I am fucked. What am I going to do to get myself out of it? We will see if he used the certain things that some people use when this situation goes down. Right now, he's admitting that there was a gun that was used. He had ownership of the gun. He's admitting that he hid the gun. He's now confirming that what they have confirmed with the 911 call, that he was there and that the victim did say his name to let them know that who was there. Let's see if he tries to use the self-defense approach, because we see that play out a lot of times when the jig is up. Now it's like the only thing I have left is self-defense. Let's see if he tries to come with this whole new story that he went there to speak to the guy. Guy was threatening him or threatening her or threatening the kids. He got into an argument with the guy or whatever not, and they both try to jump him and attack him, and he had no choice to shoot him. Let's see if self-defense starts to come into his story play. We'll see. I don't think so, but right now he is defeated.
By the trees.
By the trees?
By the trees. Tom Street Place.
Tom Street. Oh, okay, off of Marshall Sharp Freeway. It's that abandoned building right next to Tom Street Place. What side of the building?
Right, that didn't even happen.
He
He snuck in because he alarmed. He cut off the alarm.
Okay. Is there anything else with that gun? Is the magazine with it?
I think so.
Okay.
Where's your clothing that you were wearing? Were you wearing these clothing or something else?
I was wearing that.
So where about would the gun be if we need to go get it so no kids or no one gets it, okay? Where would we, if we wanted to go straight to that gun, is it inside the building? Is
No,
it
it's just has to be on the trees. Where the gate's at, there's a gate, there's some trees where it ends before it first starts.
You say a gate?
I think there's a gate, driveway, there's a gate, there's trees, and it's right there.
Is the magazine with it?
I think so.
I appreciate your honesty. I mean, I really do. I mean, I saw it on your face, but describe, you see them in the house, you're inside the room. Did you go in the bedroom? And then you said it escalated. Tell me what happened in your words.
He came at me.
How did he come at you?
He got up and just came. So, shot him.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you guys? Didn't I tell you that it was coming? I told you the so quote unquote self-defense claim was eventually coming because that is the last and final result that you could possibly use in this type of situation. Let's just skip by that. Number one, you broke into their home, right? They didn't ask you to come. You broke into their home, right? You disarmed their alarm, right? You made sure that your kids wasn't in the house, right? You premeditated, right? We're going to just skip all that. Now you want me and the viewers and the detectives to feel like you have a right to feel a kind of way that they're coming to you wondering why the hell are you in my home and why do you have a gun, and that you decided that you had to shoot when your whole purpose of being in that house was to literally unalive them. Like, I really don't understand that, but I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. He was going to say something that was going to try to lean in to self-defense. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because you had no business being in their house. Your day of seeing your children was on Thursday, which you confirmed that you got to see them on Thursday. You had no business being in her house on Saturday when she's with her mate. No reason whatsoever. And obviously, we know that the kids weren't there because they would have had expressed that there were kids in the house when this happened, right? You would have said something about the children. You haven't said anything about the children. So that means the children was nowhere near to be around when this happened. You planned it accordingly. You knew that she was going to be home. You knew that she was going to be with that guy. And you set it up that way. It's just crazy. Let's see. Sean said, in my words, I want a lawyer now, right? Like, he should have been asked for a lawyer, but like I said, he felt that he handled everything. He felt that he had everything, crossed all his T's and dot all his I's, that he didn't need to get a lawyer at this point. Bruce said, if she was a guy's wife, who would try? Not this guy. Miss Jalen said, too late for him, Sean. Yep. You were all at these interrogations, MJ. I was not at these interrogations. I swear, Sean, I have not been at any of these interrogations. It's just, it makes sense. It just makes sense. Bruce said, I came into their house, cut the alarm off, made sure they were the only ones there, and it's self-defense. Right. Like, it's just crazy. It's really crazy, but I knew it was coming. I'm just glad it came as soon as I said it was.
And what did Jennifer do?
Same thing.
The moment this 911 call is mentioned, you visibly see David going red and panicking, likely thinking he should get a refund for those acting classes he took. Now he will try to fall back to self-defense as his last hope of proving his innocence. However, this claim is easily dismantled from the audio recording alone. It is difficult to tell without video, but neither Jessica nor Bo showed any kind of aggression. Rather, they were pleading for David to stop as he unloaded on them in cold blood.
So why'd you go to the house?
I was going to confront him. Tell him why is he threatening me.
Yeah, apologies about my accent sometimes.
How far were you from?
Sometimes if I say it too fast, it'll sound like axe. But I'm talking about ass.
Not far, 5 feet away.
Do you remember where he was shot at?
I'm scared.
You were scared? How about Jennifer? Do you know how many times you shot her?
I don't know. That's scared.
So after you shot both of them, is there anyone else in the house? Anybody else with you? Does your friend know? Does she know what happened? Did you tell anyone?
That was not me, Brucey.
I wasn't supposed to happen that way.
And a lot of times when this happens,
You know what's so bad? He doesn't even
Do you remember
care, yo.
their words? Any other words that they said to you? Did y'all have any kind of conversation before?
It's so sad because he doesn't even care. He doesn't even care about his children. He doesn't care that this woman that you supposedly loved since you was a teenager, y'all was childhood sweethearts. You took her life and a complete stranger's life. You don't care about any of that. The only thing you care about is the fact that you have just gotten caught right now because of a recording. And that you know now you're going to prison. You know that your life is over. You know that you didn't win. And you're mad about that because you really thought that you was going to get away with it. This is why you led with that whole thing about her boyfriend possibly being a drug dealer and stuff like that, because you was trying to paint it on that this was a drug unaliving, right? A drug hit. Maybe the new boyfriend that she was dealing with was into some mess, or he was a gang member or something like that. And they scoped out the house and took their revenge on him and her. And she was just hit in the process. You led with that. You don't care nothing about this woman. You don't care about the people that who lives you took. And how you even also hurt your children's life. It's really sad. It's really, really sad because to just be that, like, I don't know, it's like to be that selfish and self-absorbed, that such narcissist behavior from him is quite alarming to look at. It really is. To see it like right now in 4K. It's terrible. Terrible. not Miss Jalen. Oh, Miss Jalen said nobody asked him. I said what I said. The kids, right? Exactly. No, it's all right. No, I understand. Not everyone understands New York. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't understand New York slang. It is what it is. My bad. Let's see. I feel pissed on when someone makes you feel like you have to apologize for your accent. You are awesome. Thank you so much, Joanne. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Don't worry about it. It's okay. All right, let's go on. Let's see what else. If he tells more on himself, let's see what verdict he's going to get. I hope it's first-degree murder. It was all premeditated. He set everything up from the beginning. And that's for 2 lives, not 1.
Had you called her, called him? Had you texted? Any conversations between you and them? Well, I'm going to go tell them where to locate the gun, okay? That way no one gets hurt with it. And I'll be right back, okay? Will you still give us consent for your residence and your cars? It's up to you. Yeah, we'll come back and talk, okay?
You had told us that you had your Glock 40 in that house. We've gone over that extensively, but we now know that there's a good chance that you had it all the time. Is that correct?
No.
When did you,
I've had it for a few months.
Okay. Is that the same weapon that you used? Okay. How did you enter the home? Do you remember?
A window.
A window? Okay. Is that the same window you told me about?
No, there's another window.
Okay. And when you entered the window, how did you open the window to enter the residence?
It just pushed up.
Okay. Did you do anything to try to prevent yourself from leaving a fingerprint or any trace of yourself, or was that a concern at the time?
When it escalated, yeah.
Okay. So your intention on going over there was to what, sir?
Just to scare him.
Okay. Do you have the weapon on your person, on you? Okay. When you entered the home, how far did you have to go before you made contact with Jennifer Bo?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay.
Thank you, Flower.
Who made contact first, you or them?
He did.
He did? Okay. Did he come out of the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there...
Well, I went into the bedroom and he got up real fast and...
Just happened that quick?
Well...
Were they laying in bed or were they...
Yeah, they're laying in bed, I guess. So.
What was he wearing? Do you remember?
Oh, you did, Brucey?
Yeah,
I haven't did those in a long, long time. That's normally because I was in uniform, so I couldn't get on camera.
Did you, as soon as you saw him...
I'll think about it. I'll think about it again, Brucey.
What happened when you saw him?
I was telling him, I was like, why you threatening me and this and that?
Did you see when she called 911? Did you tell she was calling 911?
Yeah, but I didn't. She said it wasn't activated.
Why did you shoot her?
Mine went blank.
David doesn't know it, but he is his own greatest enemy because of the statements he just made, which show this situation to be anything but self-defense. Not to mention the evidence from the crime scene. While Jennifer was discovered shot on the bed, Bo's body was found face down close to the washroom in the northwest corner of the bedroom. This meant he was likely trying to run away, not threaten David.
Had there been anyone
it's on the channel. Yes, definitely, Miss Joanne. It's on this channel.
That could say that he was just going to go talk to them? Did you talk to anyone about that? Did you tell your brother, I'm going to go talk to him?
Yeah. No, I just told my brother he's threatening me.
He's a whole bold-faced lie. Sean, you know this man lying? You know, like Sean, Sean said, if you went to scare them, why climb through the window? Why not knock on the door? He went to unalive them. Right. You know he's lying. Like, first he tried to use self-defense. It wasn't self-defense. Me personally, it's never going to be self-defense because, number one, you wasn't even supposed to be there, right? You wasn't supposed to be there. And then, to me personally, if your intent is to harm someone, you cannot no longer claim self-defense, right? I don't believe in that. But I don't make the laws of the land. Every person has their right to defend themselves, whether if they're in the wrong or not. However, you have to establish first if they were in the right to defend themselves at that particular time. This whole situation in this particular case, he was not of fear of his life at all whatsoever. It seemed that the boyfriend was actually trying to run away. You unalived him, you shot him in his back while he was running, right? Whether if he was running to go get a gun or get anything else, we don't know that, right? Because he's unalived and he's in the hallway. And you unalive your mother of your children in her bed. In her bed. This was no self-defense. You had no business being over there. You weren't invited. You admitted that you came through a window. You still want to admit you haven't verbally said that you disarmed her alarm in her house, so that's how you was able to get in the window without them knowing that you were in their house. You didn't say that, but you just said, oh, the window was open. And I'm sure the window wasn't just open. Not dealing with someone like you. You know what I'm saying? Not dealing with someone like you. I don't think that window was just open. There was some concern there. But that was another reason why he tried to play it off. Like, I ain't never, you remember in the beginning, he's like, I ain't never hit her. I ain't never do nothing to this woman. I ain't never hurt this woman. Da, 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 da. Yeah. But no, he's toast. He's completely toast. And like I said, the only emotions that you're seeing now, guys, the only emotion that you're seeing is a man worrying about his fate now because he didn't get away with it. Outside of that, he doesn't care anything about what he did. When she asked him, why did you, or ask, for the people who hate when I say ask, But when she asked him, why did he do that? He said, I don't know. I just lost it. You don't just lose it. You don't just lose it and just literally break into somebody's house and just be like, yeah, I'm just going to unalive them. I'm going to make sure my kid's not here. No, that's planning. That took planning. That took a thought process. You knew when to come. You knew when to leave. You knew where to have your car stationed at so nobody could see that you was around the house, or not park the car in front of the house because you was concerned about surveillance. You figured this all out. You planned all this. You're only concerned that you can't escape this now. And that self-defense claim ain't gonna work.
You said you were talking to Prieto, or what's his name, Yato?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him about anything that was going on? That so you told your brother he'd been threatening you. Did you tell anybody else? And you didn't talk to her at all that day? You didn't talk to Jennifer at all? And you said it was the old CVS over there by Slide. You said it's about some trees. Did you go by yourself when you dropped that off, or? Do you remember were they both shot in the bedroom, or were they shot in the living room or another room? No. There was evidence that the back door had been kicked in. Do you remember? Do you remember how you got in, or did you get it through? So had there been damage to that door before? Which window did you go in? Did you already explain which window?
You said a back window.
Where did that window lead to? The room they slept in? No, a different room. How did you, was it window unlocked, or was it? So you just slid it open and
This is the Jennifer Cruz video.
Do you remember where you had the gun on you?
Yes, it is. It definitely is.
Like, were you carrying it in? You said you were wearing these same clothes?
Pants.
Pants? Where are the pants at right now? In your vehicle, in your red car?
How did you leave the residence?
Back door.
Did you go through the back gate?
Where did you park when you got there?
Other side of the street.
On the side, would it been on
45th.
45th? And you walked up.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, please check it out.
What made you decide to do that tonight? To go there tonight to confront her?
Thoughts in my head, just sometimes it's just I don't know if I need help, or if I'm bipolar or what.
What? What did he just say? What did he just say? Not him talking about, oh, I don't know, my thoughts and stuff, and now I need help, and maybe I'm bipolar. So the self-defense didn't work. So now here you are with the mental issues. Listen, we all know you have mental issues, my guy, right? But if you knew that you had a problem where you can't let go of a woman who does not want you, it is your job as an adult, as an individual, to go seek help, okay? Not talk about going to go seek help now after you done let your emotions spiral out of control. It is your responsibility to go get help when you know that things are not working or moving correctly. What was beneficial for you doing any of this? He has to look himself in the mirror every day and think, how did this help my life? How? According to you, you didn't even want the girl anymore. You didn't even want the woman anymore. But you just didn't want her to, you just didn't want to see her happy with anyone else. That is not your choice. You don't have authority over that. This did not benefit you at all. Now your kids, your children don't have two parents. You can't be a good parent in jail. I don't know who needs to tell you this, but there's no being a good parent in prison. You didn't even care about, even now, you're still not even talking about your kids. Like, even if you don't even feel remorseful for unaliving the women, which is sick nonetheless, right? You're not even crying, talking about, yo, I've messed up my babies. I ain't going to be able to see my babies. My babies might hate me for the rest of my life when they find out that I'm the one who took their mom away from them. You know what I'm saying? You're not even thinking about how your family members is going to feel, how that's going to affect them, how you affected Jennifer's family, how you affected that particular community of a situation happening like that. You don't take none of that into consideration. You should have went and got help earlier, my guy. If you still stalking and following a woman who made it specifically clear to you that she doesn't want nothing to do with you, I'm only dealing with you because of the kids. I have moved on. I have a new man, and you can't take that, then that is a problem. That is a huge problem that you should have sought help earlier. Don't try to bring this up now to the detectives thinking that once they charge you, they're going to move your ass into the fucking mental insane asylum part of the prison. No, it's not going to work. You know why? Because you was of conscience and mind about everything that you did. You have not shown or established any signs of actually really having a mental issue or having a quote unquote mental episode when you did that. You know, you didn't show any signs. You was cohesive. You planned. You organized. You timed. You set up shop to get your gun in, to get through the window, everything. You planned everything beautifully. That is not someone who, out of the flip of a wig, the basket fell out. You know what I'm saying? That's not how it works. It's just really frustrating. It's really frustrating because now it's just like you really trying to put it on thick. Oh, I need help. No, fuck that. No, you don't need no damn help at this time. What you need to do is you need to do your time for the crime that you have done, and then you can sit with yourself in the mirror about how fucking stupid you are.
She was always telling me if I'm bipolar. You're always bipolar, always acting crazy. Not acting crazy, but just flip out.
Had you ever heard anyone before? Ever? Well, they're gonna call me as soon as if we need to. Would you show us where that gun is? If we need to transport you there, to show us exactly where it is. Would you do that for us? I think you think they can find it pretty easily with the information.
That's terrible.
I'm sorry. Just by the trees.
It's kind of buried.
You know, it takes a lot to explain what happened. A lot of times people get scared even when they talk to us. I appreciate you talking to us and that we can bring closure because, you know, your children are going to need some help from this, okay? They're going to need some closure. And the first thing that you did is you took that step today, okay? I know it's hard, and I know that it takes a very big person to be able to sit here and admit to. A lot of people won't stand up for what happened, you know. But the ones we're concerned about too is, you know, right now your children are finding out that their mom is gone. We want to concentrate on them and do what's best for them. You know, it's all a process, though. And I know your children, not your children, each for us. We're going to do that now. Yes, okay. We'll get some counseling and make sure that they're taken care of too, okay? Do you have any questions for us, Jamie?
At what point did you decide that you needed to go over to that house? Okay. We talked pretty extensively about you going to your mom's house, y'all eating dinner, you made a couple of phone calls from there, you drove around the South Loop because you were under stress. Is all of that information true? Okay. You said that you drove around till about 11:30 or so, you returned to your house. Did you in fact go back to your house about 11:30 or midnight, or okay? At what point did you leave your residence to travel to Jennifer's house?
What?
When did you leave your house to go to Jennifer's? Do you remember?
Did you just drive straight from your house there? Or did you, you know, drive around, sit in your car for a little bit thinking about what you were doing? You just went straight. You don't remember. You said you were wearing some pants. You said they were in a suitcase. Was there any other clothing that you were wearing? What kind of shoes were you wearing? Sorry,
No,
I forgot to ask that.
it's regular shit.
When you say regular shoes, what did they look like?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but if it's still choppy, you're not really missing anything at this point. He's annoying the living daylights out of me. You was all that talk, and you were so proud and so open earlier, and now when you realize there's no way you're getting out of it, and all these other tactics that you're trying to use is not working. Now you want to be all timid and mimic and slow talking and whispering. If you don't, I'm glad we have the subtitles on so you can see what he's actually saying. It's just that complete change of demeanor is astounding to me. It's really astounding because me understanding the reason why his demeanor changed is really horrible because it has nothing to do about the poor souls that he took. He does not feel remorseful, even though he's trying to make himself seem like he's remorseful to these detectives because he doesn't want to look like he's a monster, guys. He doesn't want to seem like he's a monster. He wants someone to advocate for him when he goes in front of the judge and the jury that he wasn't a monster. He was a man in a bad mental state that couldn't get over a relationship, and he reacted poorly, not thinking about all the consequences that comes with it, as well the harm that he has done to himself or his own children. That is what he is going to try to promote. What we see now in the interrogation, the end of the interrogation, after admitting that he was the one who did this crime. And this is what he will also advocate, or have his lawyer advocate for him in the court. That is the only route that they can possibly take, is to say that he had a mental breakdown, that he was under a lot of stress, anxiety, that made him to react in this way, and that he's very remorseful. He'll probably, we might not see it, but he'll probably do his own little testimony, apologizing to the family, apologizing to everyone that's involved, everyone who lost a loved one in this situation, and asking forgiveness. But all of that is just game. He does not feel remorseful for anything that he have done. You are the monster that you trying to make everybody believe that you're not. And that is the truth. And I will say the same thing if this was a woman who did the who acted it, who acts in this way. You're not sorry for what you have done. You're only sorry that now you cannot get away from the consequences that is coming to you. That's all it is. So I had to take a little break, because just even looking at him makes me fucking sick to my stomach. It really does. And his stupid, goofy ass face. But let's go on.
I'm sorry, black polo. Are they in your suitcase also? Are they in your room or in your house?
I think they're
In your
not in my car. Well, can I talk to my mom?
Oh, let's talk to her. What's her name? You don't know it? I can figure out what her number is.
David doesn't show an iota of emotion during this entire conversation, much like a sociopath. Even while confessing to murdering 2 people, he can only act like he's choking on tears, as all of the remorse he shows is animated. But there is one more question left in this interview. Why would a man devoid of any emotions even want to confess in the first place? Luckily, David answers this for us, and it is nothing short of pure hypocrisy.
I'm just curious, what made you decide to tell us the truth this morning?
I'm a pretty honest man. I don't like to lie.
Say what? Not him saying I'm a pretty honest. Not this man saying he's a pretty honest man and he doesn't like to lie. Sir, you've been lying for the past hour and a half. You've been lying. There is nothing honest about you. See, and this and this is why, if anything, guys, go ahead and take a course on psychology, right? Just take a course, right? Or maybe even a class. You could do an online class, a free online class. Just get the basics of psychology. Because just listening to him, you could just see the narcissism in him. He still believes that he is an honest man. He still believes all these good attributes about himself when he has committed crimes that go completely against those same attributes that he wants to state about himself. The jokes cannot write themselves, people. He is a whole fucking clown, and he needs to go back to the fucking circus where he came from. Because I don't understand, how can you even fix up your face and say stuff like that? You just lied. You was lying the whole entire time. The only reason why you even came through and admitted is because they told you they got the 911 call. If they never brung up the 911 call, you would have kept going on with the charade of how it was something wrong with the boyfriend, that you didn't want the woman anymore. She was bad trouble. You had a new boo thing. You moving on in your life. You would have kept that up. You would have kept it going. But you had to say it. You had to say it because you knew that the next thing you needed to say was it had to be self-defense. I would have never hurt anyone. I had to hurt someone because I was defending myself. You were not defending yourself breaking into somebody's fucking house trying to shoot them. But in your psyche, you believe that you're still this good person. You still believe that you deserve a chance in society. That you need to be around people, be around your children. Psycho. Pure psycho.
On that note, I have to ask you to swear to your statement. Is everything you told me today the truth?
Besides what I lied to y'all about.
Yes, sir. You understand that if you swear to the statement,
Sorry, Sean.
That's not true. And we've already confirmed the information that you said wasn't true, the omissions and that. Is everything you told me today the truth? Up to the point that, that we discovered the truth. With that being said, I'm going to end your statement.
During his trial, the district attorney in her closing argument claimed that the evidence showed the murder was premeditated. This included a recording of the 911 call where the victims begged for their lives, David buying a gun suppressor just a day before, and finally his confession to the interview.
Also,
his new lover, that he often expressed his desire to kill Jennifer, and just 2 hours after the murder, he had intercourse with her. However, his defense claimed the evidence did not show his intention, and that this could be chalked down to self-defense. To leave or due to lack of evidence. In time, specifically under an hour, David Carrillo was responsible for the murder of Jennifer and Alberto Martinez. Consequently, David was sentenced to life prison without parole for double murder in 2018. Unfortunately, the ones to ultimately suffer the most here were the children. As Jennifer's mother explains in this statement, ever since the murder, Jennifer's children have never been as happy as they were before. Even through their life's biggest moments, they are left missing the presence of their parents.
I'm glad it was at the end. I'm sorry about the cracking. It's the video. I don't know what's going on. This seems like when I play the videos now, they start to like buffer on your guys' end. It's not buffering on my end, so I apologize. But, I'm glad that he got life in prison without the possibility of parole. Serve him right. If he was in a state that still has the death penalty, that's where he needed to be at because he had no remorse. He did not care. He didn't care that he hurt that woman. He didn't care that he hurt somebody else's child. It was all about him. And he even started the whole interrogation about him and how he felt, which was already a red flag to let me know where his mindset was and that he was going to not be forthcoming. He was going to lie. He was going to try. And he did about 3 to 4 tactics in this interrogation alone on the detectives of how to try to get out of the situation, to the point where he tried to lead them down another path to somebody else. The self-defense claim, the mental breakdown claim, he was just going at it. This was a real interesting one to see, and literally seeing his smug face got on my goddamn nerve. I was like, I was just like, ugh, it was terrible. It was just terrible. But yeah, rest in peace to the people who lost their life, and to those children. They don't have no parents now. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. All right, good folks. I have one more case for you, and I'm going to let you go ahead and enjoy the rest of your Tuesday evening. Please go ahead and hit the like button for me. I truly appreciate it. It helps the channel. Or you can thumbs it down. It is what it is. And share this out to anyone who likes reviewing these cases. All right. So the next one that I have for you, the next and final one that I have for you is, hold on. Did I just, oh no, I think I messed that up. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on. Hey, Freezy, how are you doing? It's good to see you, bro. I hope everything is well with you this Tuesday. How are you? I think I just messed up my other case. Where'd my other case go? Where did it go? Oh my God, where did it go? I think I got it. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. So I'm here. I got it. Thank you so much for waiting. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Freezy. I appreciate you for sharing. Thank you so much. So the last case I have for you guys is about a killer. He might have lived with his wife's body for a couple of days and act like nothing ever happened. So this is, I think, when you start to see that happen, where people are sleeping next to decomposing bodies and stuff like that and going on with their best life like nothing ever happened, that is like some psychotic something going on here, right? Because me alone is just, I'm just thinking about the smell of a corpse. There's no way I'm standing in the same room or anything of a corpse unless I have to work with mortuary to get corpse to the morgue and stuff like that. Unless I have to be put in that situation, I'm not going to be around no dead body willy-nilly. Okay, I'm just not doing this. So let's go on. Let me pull up my screen and then we can go ahead and look at it on our end. All right. Let's see. And here we go.
Already. So it's been a little while. And husband is incoherent. Like he's very intoxicated.
That's 34-year-old Christopher Robertson on the floor of the Fort Worth police station. His wife was found murdered only 2 days before this footage was filmed. She was found by Christopher's brother after he came home and noticed a foul smell in the house. But that isn't Christopher mourning for his wife. He's realized he could be going to prison for a long time after being arrested for her murder.
Anything happen with your wife? No? Do you know if she's okay? Huh?
Yeah, she should be.
She should be?
Yeah, he's been drinking on and off for a while now. So,
okay.
Yeah, hearing that he's drunk is not good news.
Yeah.
Hi, Shaw. How you doing? Shout out to North Korea.
Before we begin, allow us to express our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Crystalline Robertson. There seemed to be no explanation as to why Christopher Robertson was so drunk when his brother Eric arrived at the home on the evening of March the 19th, 2024. Eric had been staying at his girlfriend's house for a week, but as soon as he returned to his home on the 5500 block of Whitman Avenue in Fort Worth, Texas, he knew something was terribly wrong. He'd seen his brother drunk before, but never as drunk as he was that night. Christopher's wife, 34-year-old Crystalline, appeared to be absent from the house, which was highly unusual as she spent most of her time indoors. There was also a strong, foul odor that was an immediate cause for concern. The source of the smell soon became clear to Eric when Christopher entered his bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Christopher's wife was laying face down on the floor. She was partially wrapped in what looked like a blue plastic sheet or tarp, and it was obvious she had been dead for a while. When Eric realized how serious the situation was, he got his brother out of the house and called 911. Eric then went back into the bedroom to collect a Sig Sauer .22 caliber handgun he'd found with the intention of handing it to the police. Although moving evidence is the last thing you should do, it seemed that this was a case of good intentions on the part of Eric. By 9:40 p.m., the Fort Worth Police Department arrived at the house, and Officer Mendoza was one of the first responders to the scene. But making any sense of Christopher wasn't going to be easy.
What's going on, man?
What's happening?
I tell you, at the funeral,
And shout out to my bro with the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. He said one of the best shows on YouTube. Thank you so much, bro Freezy. I truly, truly appreciate you. I truly appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mods, if you can possibly put Freezy channel in the chat, just in case if anybody would like to subscribe to our brother, No Captivity with Freezy. He has a great channel. He has great panels that you could learn from, many different topics. He has a variety of things that you might be interested in. So please go ahead and stop by, subscribe, and you could just tell him that MJ sent you, all right? I truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Hey, Happy Life, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope everything's well with you. All right, let's go on.
We're outside on the porch, and they're talking to my brother now.
Dream last night, woke up this morning, called my buddy, he asked me how to move, so, drink some
First up. Okay. We have a police officer for that. What do you do?
So you said you went drinking last night and then you woke up?
Oh, yeah, and,
Thank you, Brucey.
Okay.
You have any health problems? You have like diabetes right now?
When Officer Mendoza stepped inside the bedroom, he found Crystalline was naked and covered in blood, for it to be a mark or a bruise on her neck, but it was possible to see Crystalline fully, as the tarp was covering most of her body. What Mendoza could see was decomposition was setting in, which meant Christopher could have seen her only a couple hours ago. Were those scratches and marks on her body simply an accident or something more sinister?
Okay, off the bat, he's not acting like he's only under the influence of alcohol. He is under something else. You can see that he has the scratching going on. So I don't know if that is meth, K2, something lace. I don't know, lace weed, who knows, right? But that's not just only alcohol. It's not only just alcohol. But it's funny how he said that he only, he's seen her a couple of hours ago. But now when they examine the body, they could tell that the body is decomposing. The body starts decomposing within a couple of days. So how did you see her a couple of hours ago? And if you did see her a couple of hours ago, now you have to think about his mindset. If he's even there, maybe when he says, I saw her a couple of hours ago, he could say, I probably saw her body a couple of hours ago, not that I saw her alive, right? And it's quite hard. It's quite hard if you really think about that, because it would not necessarily be a lie if he said that, I saw her a couple of hours ago, but he just left out the part that she was already dead. Let's go on.
Go fall. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna walk over this way. Yeah, we need to secure him somewhere. Yeah, let's get him. Go this way. Off the foot. Push him through it. You can put him back there, or we can put him on the curb. It doesn't matter. It's unlocked.
I agree, Bruce. I agree.
Go ahead and sit down now.
Apparently so, Flower.
Too easy, right?
Alright, give me a sec.
Crystalline was officially announced at 9:55 p.m., and detectives were asked to attend to the scene as it looked like a case of homicide. Although it wasn't clear at this point how she died, it was safe to assume that her death was violent and terrifying, and the only person in the house with Crystalline was her husband, Christopher. He might just be the only person who could tell police what had happened, but he would need to sober up before he faced any questions from anyone.
Intoxicated. He's incoherent. Brother came over here, and sister-in-law is deceased underneath a tarp. Fire MedStar just pulled back the sheet. She's all bloodied and decaying, so it's been a couple days, at least a week, something like that.
While Christopher was detained in a patrol car, Officer Mendoza began the task of figuring out exactly what happened on Whitman Avenue. But he had to do that without entering the house, which was off limits until the detectives arrived with a search warrant.
We still don't have good info on her.
He is completely smashed.
Is her name Crystalline? Is that right?
Yeah, something like that. Let me look up her internet.
I was trying to ask your brother.
I think so too.
All I got was Crystalline.
He's not into it.
Is one of these cars hers?
That black one over there.
So I know you just talked to this officer. Has your brother been going through something, or did you just come visit, or how'd this work?
He's been living here with her for at least 6 months.
Okay.
In that back room.
Yeah.
And, she was supposed to have some kind of medical condition or disability, so she, never left unless they were going out social.
Got it. Okay.
1 second. Because here she is.
So it's sort of known for her, not to be seen kind of thing?
Yeah, it wouldn't be uncommon for us to not see her for a week on end because she would avoid us.
Is it like an immune system thing? Is that what?
I don't know.
Okay. And,
I thought it was Munchausen's myself, but, you had to ask him about it.
Okay.
If he, can talk.
Yeah, exactly. I tried to talk to him.
Yeah.
I couldn't get too much. Do you live here also? Who all lives here?
My mother lives here, I live here, they live here.
Got it.
I stay a lot with my girlfriend, so I haven't physically been here in at least a couple of
days.
Yeah.
And when's the last time you saw your sister-in-law?
I don't know.
Lucy. And I agree.
It's
I want the
been-
same for everyone here too.
Since I physically saw her, at least a week.
At least a week? Okay.
Yeah. And she texted me a few days ago saying that he was drunk.
With Eric away from home and Crystalline barely leaving her room in months, it was no wonder she wasn't reported missing. If Eric was gone for almost a week, there's no telling how many days Crystalline's body had been there, and if it was where she was killed at all. There were still lingering questions of who killed her. Was it Christopher, and was he just too drunk to admit it? Or was someone else involved?
Really?
Police were hoping Eric could shed some light on the situation.
Does he have an issue?
No, he has several issues, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. He's got the think, and he's been drinking on and off for a while now. So, hearing that he's drunk is not good news.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Like
Sort of
more
a
than
different
it would
person
be
kind
from
of
other
thing?
people.
Yeah. Military or anything?
Yeah, he was in Afghanistan.
Okay.
So,
you know what branch?
He was military intelligence as a linguist.
Branch, not job.
Okay. You know, do you have a timeline for that? Like how far back that was?
He returned back to Fort Worth with a discharge in 2016, if I remember right. And he stayed here for 6 months, and then he moved out until about 6 months.
Sean.
Christopher had a history of drinking problems and had been violent on more than one occasion. In 2017, he was arrested by the Crowley Police Department for violent threats against a family member, and many of Crystalline's family had pleaded with her to leave Christopher over his drinking problems. She decided to stay, and his drinking got even worse.
But has there been anything up with him, like that you've noticed? Do you see him often?
I see him more often than her, but they both wanted to avoid us because, you know, basically our position was that they should be paying more of the bills, and so we're running them up.
Okay.
And they more or less didn't want to pay them.
Okay. So it's a good reason why they're having a conversation with the brother-in-law, right? So far, we see that it seemed like this guy was in the military. He was in the army. He went to Afghanistan. He probably suffers from PTSD, probably overdosing on medications that he was using. We see that he has also have an alcohol problem. And I guess the girlfriend or the wife, she was a woman of disability. So she couldn't be out and moving around often. So she usually would stay in the house, right? So what I'm thinking that happened is, of course, he was, you know, under the influence. Of course, he was drinking alcohol. But I'm wondering if the mom lived there and then the brother, that's his address that he used on his job and everything like that. But he's been staying at his girlfriend's house for, I guess, quite some time. So he said the last time he saw her was a week ago. Do y'all not check up on your family members in the house? Like, I mean, I'm looking at the house. The house doesn't seem that big that it's like you got lost in the West Wing, right? Like you never go down. It's not a mansion, right? It's not a mansion. The house is not a mansion. So I'm not like this whole, I don't know nothing about the West Wing because I live on the East Wing, and I don't ever go to the West Wing because it's like, you know, it's cursed, is, you know, there's ghosts over there. That's not the case. So it's like, y'all don't talk to each other in your home. You don't just go, hey, how you doing? If anything, try to have a sit down and talk, or a day that y'all eat dinner together or something like that. It's just like, it says a lot about the family dynamics as well as her personal dynamics with this guy. You don't even know that this guy could have been beating her ass the whole entire time, and she was literally under the same roof as you. Because according to the brother, y'all stay far and clear for them. Y'all just want them to pay bills. You know why? Because she gets a disability check and he gets a disability check because he was medically discharged, right? So y'all have them in the house to help pretty much help with the bills, so y'all don't have to pay all the bills. And I guess you guys wanted them to pay more of their share because they're in the house most of the time while y'all working or whatever not. But y'all didn't have no actual relationship with this woman or this guy. You don't know that your sister is. I don't understand it. Like, if I was still living with my brother, there would be no way in hell that I could be living in a house with my brother and I know that what happened to him. There's no way. I wasn't raised that way, right? Like in my household with my brother, we had dinner with my mom and my dad. We sat down and had dinner with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like we sat down and did schoolwork and homework and stuff like that with each other, right? Projects, anything, science projects, whatever. So my dynamic is no way in hell that I don't know what's going on with anyone in my household. As of right now, even in my household today, I have my son who's visiting, and I have my mom. I take care of my mom, and I'm gonna continue to take care of my mom. That's what it is. But I know what's going on with them. I know when they're sick. I know when they're not feeling well. I know when they didn't eat. I know how I have to go in there and question, did you eat something yet? Or do you want me to make you something? And blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. It's just weary to me that she could have possibly been in that house or in her room dead, and not even the mom or anybody come in and say, did she even eat today? You didn't even wonder whether or not if she ate anything or like y'all just completely just left them separate into whatever room they were living in. That's not good. That's not good. That's not a good family dynamic where you're so closed off from each other that people are living individual lives under the same household. That's not a good setup. It always leads down to like crazy things and stuff like this happening. We have to do better. We have to do better. But let's go on.
You know, so the last I texted him was I noticed some like liquor bottles were empty that didn't belong to him, and he said he would make it up to me.
Okay.
But that was via text.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a big verbal dude, and last time that I heard his voice before today, like he was basically saying that he wasn't happy with the situation because got a disabled wife and got all these kids and all these dogs and yada yada yada, and I was just like, okay, but you don't own this house, so quit yelling at us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this isn't your place. So
Absolutely.
I didn't say that though. I was just like watching him.
Okay.
And then eventually he shut up and went to the back room. So, but because of that like tension, like they actively avoided both me and my mother, but especially.
Okay. And did you get back today? Is today when you came back?
I came back here around 8:45.
Okay.
I had worked until way after 7, and I had to stop and get fuel. So I've got a receipt with a timestamp on it for when I was at the gas station.
Call 911, sweetheart.
And
I'm sorry that is happening to you.
I think on a previous occasion I might have noticed some kind of smell that wasn't correct.
Mm-hmm.
But, they have their dogs and there's 2 other dogs, and if he's drinking, he might have vomited or something,
Okay.
So I'm not 100% sure about that, but,
Okay.
dead bodies smell. So.
Yeah.
As soon as I walked in, I was like, oh, did we catch a rat or something?
Mm-hmm.
And then I see him stumbling. I've never seen him in a condition like that exactly.
Okay.
From Eric's recollection of life with the Robertsons, it was clear that their relationship had caused a lot of problems and their home life was a mess. This left both Crystalline and Christopher fighting bitterly over the custody of their children.
Hey, the car seats, who has kids?
They both do.
Oh, do they? Mm-hmm. Where are the kids at?
He has 2 children with his ex-wife.
Okay.
She has custody of them.
Mm-hmm.
She has a total of 5 children. One of them is an adult, and one of them is a young woman who's almost an adult, and 3 of them are prepubescent girls.
Okay.
And they are in the custody of their father.
Okay.
And I think that they don't have. Yeah, he's got the custody, and she would be the non-custodial parent on it. I think all 5 of them.
Okay, so just every once in a while she has them?
Or one of them is an adult, so. Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks ago, they were here for the weekend. I think they were here for.
So I'm just going to put this as a PSA. Bruce put it out numerous of times today. I have an accent. Sometimes I will say words incorrectly. Sometimes I will say it on point. If you want to be a teacher, I highly suggest you go get your teacher's license, and then you can go ahead and teach literature. You can go ahead and teach grammar. You can become an English teacher. Okay, great, right? Also, I have an accent as well. If you don't like my accent, if you don't like the way that I speak, you are happily can exit left. Nobody is asking for you to stay and remain here. However, you make it your agenda to make yourself known in the chat to be disrespectful because you need attention. We don't give you attention here. Okay? What we do is if you don't know how to play cute, respectful, and cordial to everyone here, not only just myself, but also the people in the chat, we have you banned. Goodbye, good riddance. This is the last time I'm expressing it. Okay? Go wherever you feel that you need to go watch it. But what you're not going to do is play stupid and dumb in my face, especially when you're saying things that I didn't say because you can't get the earwax out of your ear. You just want to have something to jib and jab at. I'm sorry. Like, go on. Okay? Thank you. Let's see. Oh, hi, Jamie. How you doing? It's good to see you. How are you this Tuesday? How are you? Let's see. Sharky. Hi, Sharky. He said, my first language is Japanese. So don't worry about that, Sharky. That's cool. That's cool. That's not a problem. All right, let's go on. But that's the last time I'm going to say it.
Extended period during spring break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
It's scary to think that if their children had been visiting at the time, they may have become victims as well. And if Christopher was too drunk on a regular basis, there was no telling what he might have been capable of.
So technically we're both free to go, but we can't go in the house, right?
Yeah, so the warrant was just signed.
Okay.
So we're about to get everything started.
Okay.
Did the detective tell you what he wanted you to wait around for?
Said we can't go in the house.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
So, he's asking to go get a Coke or something. Hey, Chris. Stay in the car, kid.
Yeah. You got it?
Yeah. You know they're going to come. You know they're going to come. Because they're grand trolls.
You need to get back in the car.
I thought.
No. In the car.
Okay, so I'm just sitting in the car now?
Yes, you're sitting in the car.
Okay.
Like I told you a minute ago. Ass and seat, kid.
Okay. I thought I was supposed to move to.
It's not a dag mug. It's not a dag mug. Hold on.
Now you're supposed to stay in the seat.
I got this. Okay. This is not a dad mug. This is a mug from my store. This is the Corner Boys mug. Okay? So if you like that, you can get that at my store, but it's actually for the channel. And when I like to drink water and stuff, I like to show that these are some of the items that I have at my store. But it's not a dad mug. Sean says, make me wonder if the kids have ever... You know what's funny? Because I've been listening to this. So his sister has 5 children, and this guy has 3. Both of them don't have their children. They're part-time, they have part-time guardianship. They get to see them, visitation with supervision, right? So it does says a lot that, whatever state they're in, they realize that these 2 individuals has a disability where they're not going to be the best choice to take care of their children. It just goes back to me thinking like, why is all these adults under the same house? I would love to know what's going on with the mom. I would love to know what's going on with the brother who's so willy-nilly to give all this information. Because you're a grown adult, your mother's a grown adult, and these are 2 grown adults. They were all living under the same house, splitting the bills. Something's wrong here, right? Something's really, really wrong here. I'm not sure. I hope I don't hear anything because my spidey senses are tingling just a little bit. I hope that the brother-in-law don't have any involvement in this, right? And he's putting it on the boyfriend because he knows that the boyfriend has PTSD. He does hard drugs and he's an alcoholic, right? Because, like I said, you living in this home and this body been decomposing for days, and nobody went to go check in to see how your sister's doing, see if she ate anything, seeing if she wants to get out and get fresh air. Y'all just let all that slide. I just don't see that really happening. I really don't. Not even if it was even from him, but what about the mom, right? The mom didn't go anywhere. Or do the mom have a boyfriend that she's going to their house? I don't know. It's just like, I just don't really see that happening. How y'all didn't smell anything. That you telling me that you didn't come back to the house to go change your clothes. You said you was only staying at your girl house for a couple I guess couple of days here and there. You have to come back and change your clothes. Don't you work? So you telling me you didn't smell anything? You don't go knock on the door and because you don't even hear your sister speaking or talking or even saying that she's hungry. You don't go see like, hey, is everything all right? How's everything doing? You don't do nothing. It's just quite odd to me. It's quite odd. It's quite odd. Let's see. Moa says, haters always hate and find something wrong to do. I know, Moa. I know. And they're going to continue to hate because I'm only going to get better. Happy Life said, I like the cup, MJ. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's only like $5. I think it's only $5 on the store if you enjoy it. And I have one for the ladies. This is for the boys, the corner boys. I have one for the ladies. It's the move around cup. Matter of fact, let me show you that. Hold on. Let me show you guys that. Ugh. Okie dokie. So, all right. This is the females cup. This is the move around cup for the ladies if they're interested in it. Like I said, these are both are on my channel. If you are interested, or my store, if you want to check that out, you're most welcome to do so. Brucey says, I feel like I haven't been put in a corner. You haven't. You've been good. You've been good. Yeah, yes, to get in the corner. Get in the corner. That's right. Exactly. Christina said, not even a regular visitation. It's supervised. Yeah. Yeah. So there's something wrong here. Taha said, what is the topic of this live? This is pretty much they found a decomposing body of this man's wife, and they're trying to find out whether or not if she died from natural causes or overdose, or was she viciously murdered. And was it done by her boyfriend or husband, or was it done by another family member in the house? This is what we're trying to figure out. Shaki said crime, I think. Yeah. Hard drugs, what made them do it. Yeah, I think so. How did they not smell it? Right, that's what I'm saying, Christina. How does they not smell that? Like that smell, if I don't know how many people have smelled a dead body or a decomposing body, is unforgivable, right? Is unforgivable and is unforgivable, okay? To your nose. I'm just letting you know, okay? Let's see. Oh, thank you, Brucey. Appreciate it. Sharky said, my biological mom got into drugs and that hurt me. So I was adopted by someone else. It's really sad. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Sharky. I'm sorry to hear that. Sean says, something's not right. Yeah. Sharky said, I feel bad when people get into drugs. I do too. I do too. But, they make their own decision, right? I don't know how to post. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll post it, Brucey. I'll post it. No communication for a few days and not seeing her physically. Right. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's why I brung up the analogy of having a mansion and you only use one side. You don't use the west wing because it's creepy, it's haunted, it's cursed, right? That's not the situation, and that's not how the house looked. So I just don't understand how you go in the house and you don't even talk to anyone in the house or specific people in the house. It's just weird to me. But let's get on with this.
Yeah, he wanted to get something to drink or something.
Okay.
So I was going to go down to the gas station and get him a Coke or whatever. But
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I have some waters in the back of my car. I don't know if that would be okay for him or.
It's going to have to do, I guess.
Okay. I'll give the detective a call and just make sure that's the case.
Even though it was after 12 a.m. when Detective Anderson requested the search warrant, he managed to convince a Fort Worth magistrate to grant his request. As soon as the search warrant was in his hands, it was executed immediately. Christopher wasn't arrested at the time or even placed in a cell. For one, he was so drunk he wasn't going anywhere, and also anything he did say wouldn't be used against him because he was so drunk. He was placed in the care of Eric until the investigators had more to go on. At least investigators had access to the house, allowing the Tarrant County medical examiner to get a closer look at Crystalline and find out how she died. They struggled to identify any specific wounds at the crime scene due to the amount of blood soaked all over her body. It wasn't until 9:36 the following morning that a cause of death was confirmed. Crystalline had been shot in the face at close range, with the bullet entering just below her left eye, leaving fragments of the bullet lodged inside her head. If the gun used to shoot Crystalline matched the Sig Sauer .22 caliber handgun that Eric found in Christopher's room, then Christopher could be arrested and charged with murder. So, by 10:15 a.m., Detective Anderson had collected the handgun from Eric and delivered it to the station for forensic analysis. Then, Detective Anderson's day got even busier when Fort Worth police received a 911 call from the person they least expected.
Hello, this is Fort Worth Police. We just received a call from this number. Is there an emergency going on?
Yeah.
There is?
Yeah.
Okay, what's going on?
Whoa.
What's going on?
It's you and me.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I think my father-in-law is going to kill me, but I'm not sure, so.
So what's going on?
I mean, I actually killed his daughter.
You did what?
I killed his daughter, and I just need you here.
Okay, where is it?
550 Whitman Avenue.
Okay, and you're there right now?
Yes.
Does she need an ambulance?
We do have several people here who do need an ambulance.
So does she need an ambulance?
We're going to need, we've got like, one casualty.
You're going to need what?
3 casualties.
There's nobody here, dude. What are you talking about? It's you and me. We're the only people here, alive or dead. It's you, me, and the dog.
Okay, apparently I was mistaken.
There's no intruders.
Okay, I hear another voice. Does she need an ambulance?
No, there's
No.
nobody here.
No? Okay. So what's your name, sir?
My name is Chris Robinson.
It appeared that Christopher's hangover had worked wonders, and overnight he had had a change of heart. He admitted to killing his wife and insisted on being taken to jail to protect him from Crystalline's father and the potential repercussions. Christopher was arrested on the morning of the 21st of April 2024, and he would face some tough questions from detectives in charge. But Christopher was more concerned of what Crystalline's father might do if he were able to get his hands on him.
Well, you're safe here, I promise you that. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. I've been doing this job a little while.
All right. Chris, like I said, you remember my name? Detective Anderson, Detective Sullivan. So we're kind of in our office. We kind of want to go a little bit, a little bit more in depth, just ask some additional questions.
Excuse my facial expressions. that kind of dumbfounded me just a little bit, right? Because the way how he was calling 911 was insane. Just like Bruce said, the way he was ordering, it was like when he called 911, it was like he was ordering for takeout. And he said, "Oh, there's 2 casualties here. There's 1 casualty here." But he was literally calling 911 because I guess the girl's father had him in the room, and he was about to unalive him because he knew that he unalived his daughter. Or maybe that father, because obviously I don't know where the hell her mama at, right? The mama that she lives with. But maybe the father was wondering why he wasn't getting any contact with his daughter, why she's not picking up the phone or something like that. And maybe he went to go check up on her and saw her in that state. And he was ready to, put him, go let him meet his maker at this point. But that was just kind of like, whoa. So maybe that was the reason why they found him so belligerent, because he was more scared about him being unalived by the girl's father. And also he probably thought that was a cop out to, he wouldn't been able to have done what he did to the victim because he was highly intoxicated. So they wouldn't think that he would do something like that. I don't know, but that was just really weird. Really, really, really weird. Oh, thank you, Brucey. I appreciate you. Let's go on. Let's hear what he has to say now. He's all so sobered up like a buttercup.
While we're down here, though, have you ever had the Miranda warning read to you? I know you said you wanted to get down here, get away from everybody. Yeah. Is that correct? You don't want to be around those people? You don't want them to have access to you?
No. I've tried to take it out last night because, I just screwed it up, and they're like, well, now we have to kill you.
Well, here's the thing. So things have changed. So we're going to keep you, okay? We're going to keep you here. We're going to charge you with murder. So, and then you won't go back out there. Do you understand that? And then maybe that'll help keep you peace of mind that, these people can't get you that way, okay? Does that sound better? So I want to read a Miranda warning to you. Then I'd like to just ask a couple other questions. Do you have a problem with that? Okay.
As Christopher wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, he decided the best thing to do was to cooperate.
So, I just want to establish, you said you and Chris, do you call her Crystalline or Chris? Or what do you call her?
I call her Crystal, but her full name is Crystalline.
Okay. You said you and Crystal, y'all been dating since school.
No. We just liked each other.
Okay, liked each other.
We didn't try to, get romantic until our teens, and there was some sort of misunderstanding, so we went our separate ways.
I see.
I got married, she got married. I joined the military. I didn't really talk to her until I got back out of the Army. I was kind of in a bad way because my first marriage just ended. You can probably hear all this.
And then y'all got married about 5.5 years ago then?
We got married in 2020.
2020? Okay.
May 30th, because she thought it'd be real cute, right? Because she's born.
Hello, fella.
30th is the only day of the year where we're the same age. So she thought that'd be really cute.
Okay.
Plus, it's like my birthday, our anniversary, her birthday.
Oh, wow.
There had been happier times between Crystalline and Christopher, and their romance was a long time coming. They had known each other since kindergarten and had even attended the same grade school together. They kept in touch throughout adulthood, and eventually a romance blossomed and the couple were married. But somehow it all went very, very wrong.
And then, what day was it that you killed her? Do you remember roughly?
Like I said, I believe it was April 4th.
April 4th? Why that day so vividly?
I mean, the only reason I really remember it now is because these people, they had the timeline better than I did because, like I said, I was drinking a lot, and after she died, I was so guilt-ridden that I started drinking more, and and I took some of her uh, painkillers in order to kind of numb myself.
The reason Christopher appeared so formal about the whole thing was because he had been living with his wife's body for so long, and he had come to terms with his actions. Or maybe he just had no rules. Now, over 2 weeks, Christopher kept his dark secret from everyone. Yet, during the interrogation, he tried to convince the detective that he was sorry for his actions, but the detective was more interested in the events of April the 19th.
And, yeah.
And then how was it? I think we've asked this. Did you shoot her once or twice? Do you remember?
I shot her once.
Okay. Do you remember where at on the face?
I believe it was like right about here.
You're pointing kind of to the right eye. All right. What happened when you shot her? You said she was sitting in a chair earlier. Is that correct?
She was sitting in a chair. I was sitting in a chair. We were facing each other, kind of like Mr. Sullivan. And I, I shot her, and then she just slumped over and fell down the ground. And immediately I was like, "Oh my God, no!" And
Hey, Ronnie Ron, how are you? Hope everything's going well with you, sir.
Life started fading pretty quickly, and I cried a little bit, and then I just got like rip-roaringly drunk that night because I'm like, trying to come to terms with what I did. Decide what I was going to turn
As we know, Christopher did not turn himself in, despite the fact he was so allegedly remorseful. But he did leave his house to pay a visit to a couple of local stores. His shopping list had some telltale items that could indicate Christopher was a cold and calculating individual who planned to dispose of Crystalline's body after he killed her.
Where did the blue tarp come from that she was in?
Yeah, I think he's lying too.
Okay. And then you also said something about who was telling you were going to cut her up and put her in the backyard or something?
I mean, I was considering it because I like I said, I hadn't worked up the courage to turn myself in yet. I was like, well, what am I going to do? I was like, I could try to dispose of the body. I was like, but that's a terrible idea because she lives here with me, with other people, and she's young and has kids, and a lot of people love her, and they're going to start questioning where she is pretty quickly.
Right. You had mentioned something about you had bought a saw or something, correct?
Yes.
You bought that where?
At Harbor Freight.
Did you buy the saw and the shower curtain or tarp together, or?
I think I bought them the same day, but obviously different stores.
Different stores. Okay. Did you pay cash or credit card? Do you remember?
I think just a credit card.
Thinking of
My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm saying all this technical thing and y'all didn't get to hear any of it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Why did I do that? Why?
You were the chosen one.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. Okay? My bad. Let's do that again.
You were the chosen one.
My bad, guys. Sorry. Yeah, so what I was saying while I was on mute, my apologies. I was saying that I think that he did this on purpose. I think that the whole him being spaced out, belligerent, intoxicated, probably other drugs and stuff, when the cops came on the scene, I think that it was all for them to fall back on if he needed to. PTSD, him having an alcohol problem, what he got let go from the military for. I do believe now with all the stuff that he purchased at the store to get rid of the body, the receipt is going to be crucial. If the receipt shows that he bought all those items a week ago, right? Remember, that body been decomposing in the house for a couple of days, almost up to a week. If they find a receipt or they look at his credit statement, debit card statement, and they found out that he bought all those items a week ago, then it now becomes premeditated. So now we have to think about it. If it's premeditated, what would be the reason why he would want to unalive his wife that he just recently married in 2020? Do you think you want to know what I think? If I'm thinking that he actually did this on purpose, he did it because he wants her disability. He was tired of taking care of her. She can't get out the house. She can't work. She can't do anything, right? She has a immune system disease, right? But he doesn't want to get rid of the money that she brings to the table with her disability checks. So he decides to get rid of her. Remember, he's still legally married to her, right? So then whatever she has that's in her name goes to him. And he's already getting disability checks. Makes perfect sense, because the reason why I also believe that this is where my mind is going and why he did this is because look how he's acting now, and look how he was acting when we first saw him from the police cameras when they first came to the house and seen the incident. When I saw that first video of him, I would have completely assumed that he was a heavy drug user. That's what he looked like. He looked like a very heavy drug user, someone who does meth, who's using it all the time, every single day. Look how he's acting now in this interrogation. He knows he's getting murdered, right? He knows he's getting murdered, but he's also banking on him being in the military, PTSD, being medically discharged, also having an alcohol problem, right? He's banking all of that to help him. But look how he's acting now. He's very like, oh, I did this. He's very straightforward, even though he's shaking a little bit and timid, but he's completely different. So like, I think that was a part of the act, what we saw with the police cameras. All of that was for show. All of that was to be put on record to see, acting like all like that. That was on a record for purpose, because he's acting completely different. I don't even think he does drugs like that, or even he's not as an alcoholic as they're claiming him to be, because even right now he would be fiending for alcohol. Like, have you ever seen someone who's actually suffered from alcohol abuse? They live and breathe alcohol. The first thing they wake up in the morning, they want a beer. Before they do anything else, before they brush their teeth, wash their face, even sometimes go to the bathroom to relieve themselves, they want a beer, right? Or whatever is their choice of alcohol. he doesn't give that off, that of him being an alcoholic, being an alcoholic in that way. So that is my guess. I could be wrong. Y'all tell me y'all thoughts in the chat. What do you think is his intent as into why he unalived his wife, and also why he slept with her decomposing body in the room, even though he bought all this equipment to get rid of the body and he didn't do it? Put it in the chat.
About disposing of a body is bad enough. Planning it is even worse. But to go out and buy the items needed to do the job suggested that Crystalline's murder could have been planned all along.
Has anybody been trying to look for her? Like any family of hers? You mentioned she has family. Has anybody? Because let's see, we're in April 21st.
It's
now,
right
so
there,
was,
Brucey. Right there.
17 days ago, almost 3 weeks ago.
Well, like I said, my older brother has been extremely suspicious. You know, he was trying to like get into my room because after a couple of days not hearing from her, because like we live in the same house, so obviously he should just see her around periodically. But like I said, I don't know if he actually was thinking that or if made me think he was saying that.
So like you're talking about a wood saw, like a kind of like a hand saw like that?
Yeah, just like that. But
just like that, just like a little hand. Okay.
Well, it's wood.
A wood handle.
The wood is brown. So.
Oh, wood is brown. Okay. Were people telling you to go buy that stuff, or was that you thinking that on your own that you needed to do that?
No, that was just me, basically being a giant pussy about coming in and thinking like, like I said, I was like, maybe it would be better to get rid of her, but I'm like, that's a terrible idea.
Christopher might have told the detectives he thought it was a bad idea, but it was plausible to think that he might have disposed of Crystalline anyway had he not been caught for a few more days. The night her body was found could have been the night Christopher planned to dispose of her, and that would explain why he had gotten so drunk. But explaining how Crystalline had managed to send messages from her phone after she was dead would be much harder for Christopher to explain.
You remember me the other night talking to you?
Good night, young Riaz. Have a good night.
Extremely intoxicated. That's why I didn't really ask you anything. Do you remember me at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember the police being at your house?
Yes.
Thank
Let
you,
me ask
Lucy.
one other question. Have you been using her phone to communicate with her dad, like text her dad and stuff?
No, I don't know the password to her phone.
What type of phone does she have?
Samsung Galaxy Note 20 or something.
Okay.
It's very nice.
Where's that phone at?
It's sitting on my desk at home.
Okay. And then your phone, what type of phone do you have?
An S21. But there's no evidence on this because I just wiped it.
And suddenly, Christopher found himself backed into a corner with no chance of escape.
What should I tell her dad if they ask me anything? Are you sorry for what happened?
Yeah.
Do you understand that it was wrong, what happened?
Yeah, obviously. Super wife.
Now, you were talking about she's had guns, she has 222s and stuff like that. Did she have any of those guns that day that whenever you shot her, was she playing with them or doing anything with them then?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
She wasn't doing so. There was nothing in her hands whenever that happened.
Maybe she did, but I put it back in the case or the drawer or whatever.
But you shot her because you were upset.
Yeah, just we've been fighting for a while now. Like I said, our last house rent kept going up, and she was able to go to work.
They definitely can't recover it.
Put like additional financial stress on us. Eventually got to the point where we couldn't afford rent anymore, and I thought maybe if we stay with her dad for a couple of months, then be able to get back on her feet. I think this thing is dead now, so I don't know if they can listen. But
you want me to get it out of the room so they can't?
Well, I also, like I said, a factory reset it, so I don't know.
Hopefully they haven't got a hold of it.
I really hope so.
All right, well, give us a second. We'll leave that door open, okay? And then we're gonna work on trying to get you into
maybe,
like a
I don't know.
jail
He
cell
might,
so that
he might need to be haunted.
It was
Especially if
never
he
clear
did it
if
in the
Christopher
intent of
really
money.
was remorseful or if it had all been an elaborate act. If it was an act of pity, then Christopher played the part right until the very end.
He unalived his wife. I mean, exactly, Barry. He's acting
Just
like
give me 1 second, right?
he
I'm
was
gonna talk to
really
these patrol
drunk.
officers
I
real
mean,
quick.
he was drunk, but that was on purpose. It wasn't because he felt any
I'm sorry,
remorse
what's your first
after
name?
what he
Christopher?
did.
Right? It's
It was
Christopher.
an
Right, these are the
alibi.
officers. You would
Christopher would remain in custody from that moment until his trial, which would take place in early 2025 at the Tarrant County Criminal Courts building. Amongst the evidence used in the case was Christopher's confession and the handgun that matched the murder weapon. But this trial wasn't about if Christopher was guilty, it was about how he was guilty away. To emphasize the fact that there were 5 children who now been murdered. The fact that it's March 13th of 2085. Christopher was sentenced to 50 years in prison.
Ooh, that one went by really, really fast. I'm glad that it kind of did, but this guy was the works. Serve him right for getting 50 years because I really did not buy his whole story. I believe that he was a cold killer. He completely planned to unalive his wife. Whether or not if he thought that he was actually going to get away with it, obviously not. But I don't think that is it wasn't just like a mistake because even in this they still haven't really explained what happened to the point where you had to shoot your wife. I mean, you can't use self-defense, right? Oh, hold on, I forgot my camera wasn't even on. My bad, guys. My bad. Oh, hold on. Yep. Okay. Oh no, it's not coming on. Oh, my sorry. All right, let me just pull this up. It's put a 1 in the chat if you see if it's glitching or anything like that. I don't know why. Okay, so they didn't explain, guy, what happened for him to pull out a gun and unalive his wife, and that's what I would have wanted to know. Was it an argument? She's disabled. She has an autoimmune disease, so she's not going to overpower you in any way. So it wasn't self-defense. So what actually led to the point where you shot her in the head? That is deliberate, and that's why I say that she's it was cold-hearted, and that's probably why the judge and jury gave him so many years, because she was not a threat to him in any form or fashion, and you deliberately made sure that she was not going to live by shooting her in her head, right? In that way. And then you sat with her body for days and let it decompose. So like let's say for example, you thought it was an accident, right? Like, oh my God, we was playing with the guns, we was cleaning it, blah, blah, blah. I shot her, I got scared. You didn't call 911, you didn't render aid. You know, you being in the military, you know how to do basic CPR, you know how to do basic resuscitation of a person, and give aid to a person. You didn't do any of that. You just sat there and went about your regular day while her body is decomposing in your room. And then it has to get so bad that the smell, and then your brother-in-law coming in to realize there's a horrible smell in the house and what's happening for the cops to come in to see what actually happened. It's just like, no, he wasn't going to get any sympathy. It wasn't was it mental episode? I wasn't in my right state of mind. You was actually really in your right state of mind throughout the whole entire time. So, well, guys, that's all I have for you. And I say rest in peace to the lady who lost her life. That's just a very sad way to go. And yeah, I don't feel good about that, but I appreciate every last one of you who was able to rock out with me this long. I will be back tomorrow. Yes, y'all will see me again tomorrow. I will have more cases, and hopefully I could probably opening up the panel to a few people who wants to discuss some of the cases that I bring tomorrow. We'll see. We'll play it by ear, but I thank you very much. I enjoy your conversations in the chat. Truly appreciate it, especially my day ones. Thank y'all so much. My mods, thank y'all so much. Truly appreciate you. You make the channel worthwhile for me. And just make sure you're hitting the like button as you head off and enjoy the rest of your day, your rest of your morning, or your rest of your evening. And I'll see you tomorrow, guys, okay? And I'll talk. Not someone saying I look. Why y'all keep on saying that? I don't look like no Lauryn Hill now. I don't look like Lauryn Hill, but thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. I truly appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.